Alright, I'm just going to say that again. Welcome to the stream, everyone. Yep, for now, it is just me soloing it, solo huffing it. I hope everybody is enjoying the Zelda Ocarina of Time playthrough so far. I'm really having a blast going right back through it. It's been a few years since I last played the game. Excuse me. Oh, sorry. I probably should have had myself ready to go in the live chat before I started doing the stream, but, you know, this is a very professional setup over here on Weaponized Autism. You know, we're not Asmongold. We're not an overproduced. Well, I don't think it's legal to. I'm pretty sure it's illegal in about 30 states to use Asmongold and overproduced in the same sentences, in the same sentence. But regardless, welcome back to Weaponized Autism, where we ride into the retardation for your viewing pleasure. And we've got a smorgasbord for you today on this fine Friday evening. I may or may not be joined by my friend and frequent collaborator Kaysen later on in the stream. That just depends on how he's feeling tonight. I do know that we've got some updates in the Johnny Somali saga. Apparently my cat thinks that he needs to help us usher in them. So, but first, we're going to get started with some chat music, because chat music did in fact drop some new stuff. So let's begin with right in the they-thems. I think I already know exactly where this is going. Fucker, quit picking at my necklace. Anyways. You like the necklace? I got it at a local anime con about a month or two ago when I got my Sonic 2 Blu-ray signed by Colleen O'Shaughnessy. But, moving on, let's get to what we're here for. Oof! Hello, I'm Jane Knoxville. Welcome to Jackass. Let's see that again in slow motion, shall we? Quarter speed. Oof! Whew! Uh-huh. I mean, I had a joke there and then I just lost it. It's just like, nope. I don't care what corner of the universe you're from, folks. That's gotta hurt. She identifies as her factory receptive word, right in the non-binary. Hold up. You did not just... clit flip. If the new Tony Hawk game, if the next Tony Hawk game is developed in San Francisco, it probably will be called the clit flip. Or it'll be a special DLC move you can unlock during Pride Month. Right in the non-binary, single pronouns leaving the body. Right in the they thems, no surgery needed then. Nope. Transaction denied. I'm sorry. Transaction.
Emotional, damn it, 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 emotional, damn it. I need for us. Let's get down in Fortnite. Try to kick flip, learn how to do a lip slide. She's gender fluid everywhere. It almost became almost where. That's a cheap way to transition. The 10 seconds behind a transmission.
Jesus! You know, I almost regret Kason not being with us right off the rip, because I know he once he watches this stream back, he's gonna be fucking dying.
That's not right in the mystery box. Saying the who knows what like using blood at an ATM. All black page and your clown. Busted your lip for
Oh my god. No shot. You just dropped a... No shot, dude. Oh, Black Betty, jam the clam. Oh, Black Betty, jam the clam.
Jammed your clown. Busted your lip for show.
Definitely. No shot. No way. That is perfect. That's the perfect way to end that. 9 months later, Tony Hawk was born. Oh, that's beautiful.
It's safe to say one of the most disliked live.
Oh, yeah. We've not only do we have one update in the Ode to Stupidity, that is Johnny Somali, we've got two. This being the first of them. So, strap on your special ed helmets, because let's get retarded. Ha! Let's get retarded in here. Let's get retarded. Ha! Let's get retarded in here.
It's safe to say one of the most disliked live streamers in the world just realized he destroyed his life chasing internet attention in South Korea, as things have somehow gotten even worse for Johnny Somali out there. Because not only has he been slapped with more charges, but one of these new charges, they come with a mandatory prison sentence of at least 3 years if convicted. And considering South Korea has about a 99% conviction rate, it's not like you really need to be a legal expert to see where all of this is going. But what makes all of this even dumber is the fact that Johnny, just like everything else, live streamed him doing everything. Just like how he live streamed himself prank calling the police for $5, how he live streamed himself harassing construction workers, stalking other streamers, showing up late to his own trial after drunkenly insulting the judge and prosecutors while also live. Oh, in his new defense, he's apparently trying to pull the I'm bipolar card to avoid jail time. Good luck with that, especially because he's already pleaded guilty to 3 charges in the exact same case. So today we're diving into how Johnny somehow managed to...
Not only that, but he, number one, is on camera admitting that he does this shit, that he goes out to be a public nuisance specifically for money and clout. Number one. Number two, he live streamed himself outright saying, yeah, I'm just going to plead insanity. And as Atozy said, insulting the judge, insulting the prosecutor. Yeah, so, yeah, that's going to go over real well, you fucking idiot. Dumbass motherfucker.
Stack 5 criminal charges in just a few months, all of which could send him to prison for years, all for the attention of 20 teenagers online. But on top of that, we're also talking about a new investigation which could lead to another decade in prison for him. So it's...
I've said it before, I'll say it again. Internet clout is the most useless thing on the face of the earth. It is so useless that the Bison Dollar, Raul Julia's Bison Dollar from the 1994 Street Fighter movie, has more worth than internet clout.
It's safe to say things are just not going his way over there. And speaking of doing stupid stuff live, he also leaked a conversation between his pretend lawyer and his real lawyer. line. So it's safe to say things are becoming more and more telling of how screwed he really is. And this whole nonchalant act is in fact nothing more than just an act that's going to backfire on him massively. So let's get into this disaster. So as of right now, I saw him pleading guilty to 3 charges last time I traveled out to South Korea. This was for disruption of business revolving around the incident at 7-Eleven in Mapo that we actually went to in my video. Then there were the 2 Minor Crimes Act violations.
If you purposely make a mess in a place just because, it doesn't matter which corner of the earth you're in, the store employees should be allowed to knock you upside the head.
Which are essentially misdemeanors here in the US. One for twerking on people and blasting music on the subway, and one for shoving a rotten fish in people's faces and blasting music on a public bus. And since then, he's been hit with even more charges. His deepfake charge, which carries a minimum of 3 years in prison if convicted. Then there's another obstruction of business charge involving law.
The deepfake charge, which he live streamed himself doing, and by the way, you cannot. But South Korea has very strict laws against creating AI deepfakes and creating pornographic videos, and he did both and distributed both and admitted to it almost like it was for bragging rights. So it's like, on a scale from 1 to fucked, how cooked are you?
Latte world. And then on top of that, to make things even worse for the dude, there's a new investigation that can give him an additional 10.5 years in prison if they end up going through and charging him with this. And that investigation is for child harassment. And this revolves an incident of him spamming horrific slurs at kids in Korean while at Lotte World. Lotte World, if you didn't know, is a kids theme park that has similarities to Disneyland and a kids-oriented version of Six Flags. Because in this clip, he walks around with that infamous Bluetooth speaker that's gotten him in so much trouble in Japan, and he lets people donate to use him as a proxy to harass kids in the worst way possible. And while he doesn't understand Korean and wouldn't be able to understand what the text-to-speech was saying, at the end of the day, it's still on him. He's allowed himself to be this vessel for these completely unacceptable interactions. The last thing you want as a parent is, taking your kids to some theme park for them to be harassed through some dude's speaker as he's filming and live streaming your kid's reaction for the entire internet to see. That should...
Yeah, he is on a live stream telling people, let me be your conduit of let me be your bastion of evil. He is on a stream. The video is out there through Atozi's video, through Legal Mindset's videos covering this situation, and a fuck ton of other people, where he's straight up saying, yeah, let me be your vessel to harass the South Korean public. My guy, you're retarded. You're also a fucking clown.
Not being accepted, and that's why it's so important for these streamers to be extremely careful with how they use the text-to-speech feature in public, as they are the ones responsible for whatever comes out of the speaker that's on their backpack. But in addition to his public defendant, which is essentially the lawyer he's been using up until now, Johnny has now gone out and got himself a real lawyer. Or, well, it seems like his friend Hank has done so for him. And this is what Legal Mindset and some other Korean legal analysts have said about his new lawyer.
He has 2 real lawyers, we're not counting Hank. First is a public defender in the Western District. That is a free attorney that is provided in the Western District where he has an active case. He also has a paid attorney in the Eastern District. Now, the Eastern District charges, as we're going to see, are largely being merged into the Western District. So this paid lawyer is unregistered in the West. So this paid lawyer is unaware of the exact proceedings and what's going on in the Western District. So he really has no idea about what's going on unless he contacts certain people or does extra effort. And it appears that he is kind of being lazy with his proceedings. Also, people that were in the know and some legal professionals and others that analyzed this, as well as people that looked at this lawyer, it appears he's kind of what you might call in the U.S. a strip mall lawyer. He's got a very heavy Korean, heavy specific regional accent, which is very hard to understand. He also seems to be very inexperienced with criminal procedure because he doesn't understand the concept of merging cases.
So he hasn't cooperated throughout his entire case.
How? You are facing potentially years in prison, if not half a decade, then a decade, maybe even more. If you're convicted, and if you're given the maximum conviction, which people seldom do get the maximum conviction when they deserve it, you would think that you would maybe take what little resources you have and put that towards getting the best possible attorney you can find. I find it hard to believe that that just Dollar General South Korean Saul Goodman is the best that you could get, even for what little peanuts Johnny managed to make off of streaming before he was banned from Kick and from Party and whatever other bullshit streaming platforms he's using.
And he's only mocked the judge and prosecutors every step of the way. And his new Hail Mary is to hire a strip mall lawyer. Bro has a Korean Saul Goodman at his service. I mean, the train wreck just somehow keeps on wrecking. But again, somehow it all gets worse. Because we also found out that the prosecutor trying to bring Johnny to justice is a top 10 prosecutor in all of Korea. And his new attorney over there also stated that the law enforcement over there is very hard to work with for him due to Johnny's behavior throughout the whole trial. Then to make things even worse, Johnny's lawyer...
I can't say that I blame them. I wouldn't want to cooperate with you either if you were representing a piece of shit like him.
Met with the prosecutor to beg them to drop the deepfake charges, but it was too late.
Ramsey, as lawyer, tried to meet with her, tried to meet this prosecutor to beg her to drop with the deepfake case, to beg her to drop it. And as we're going to see with the deepfake case, the hilarious thing is, by the time he met with her, it was already too late. The charge had already been indicted. They'd already moved on. They've already processed this. So it was too late to even do that meeting. But they were trying to beg her to drop it because they thought she could drop it. But she'd already indicted, and it had already been moved over to the Western District.
That charge alone could be 10 years in prison for Johnny. So for the sake of his own freedom, it's really about time he starts apologizing for real and changes his ways. But unfortunately for Johnny, I feel like that's just way too late for him now. As Legal Mindset explains that
this whole thing of an attorney with no experience versus somebody who has an attorney with a second to none conviction rate. All I'm thinking of is that episode from the Beetlejuice cartoon when it's the people versus Beetlejuice. Beetlejuice is on trial, and Lydia is his legal counsel, is his attorney, and the prosecuting attorney is like, this guy has never lost a case. There's a visual gag in there somewhere that I'm not going to waste your time trying to explain, but let's just say they take it a bit literally. That's all I'm picturing is just rando is just this an utter rando versus the top tier of the apex of prosecuting attorneys. Except Beetlejuice, the Beetlejuice cartoon, Beetlejuice was actually likable and you wanted him to win his case. Johnny, not so much.
the timeline of the deepfake charges here.
On February 18th, referred the deepfake case to the prosecutor, which means at that point, it's looking pretty solid. And we had that based on the information that Ramsey flashed across the screen. He flashed across a paper which revealed that this was already sent to the prosecutor. And I called it out at the time, and I said, he's screwed on this, because this is going to go on to court. If something is sent to the prosecutor, it is highly likely you're going to get an indictment. Well, on March 7th, he leaked that, right? And then on the 25th, the Eastern prosecutor indicted Ramsey. On the 27th, that indictment moved from the East to the West. The West is where his current case is. They are trying to consolidate everything in that Western district because it's already going, it's already pending, and they want to bring everything over to there so they handle it all in one trial rather than breaking it up into multiple trials. So on that day, I knew immediately, and I informed everybody on the 27th. Because of that, Ramsey and Hank were panicking, and they were talking about that with their lawyer. And that lawyer had no idea. I actually predicted that on my stream. I said, this lawyer might not even know, because the lawyer is not registered in the West. He's only registered in the East. So he actually wasn't accessing the right court records that were in the Western District. So at that meeting, he actually said, oh, you're not indicted for this. Oh, you're not indicted yet. He was.
So again, he's...
Get a better fucking lawyer, dude.
Exposed, 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 you are exposed. Exposed, 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 exposed. You are exposed, sir. I'm gonna expose you. Expose you. Oh my God, expose you.
Like, my guy, you need to fire this lawyer and hire one that's registered in the Western District. I don't know why I'm giving you legal advice, because it's not like my channel's big enough for you to even contemplate listening to me anyway. You're too busy fapping to a Tosian legal mindset. If you're not getting pegged by Hank, how else do you think Johnny is paying for crashing at Hank's place? You know, just consider that.
Not that there's anything wrong with it.
played his cards in the worst way possible, then put his freedom in the hands of a lawyer who isn't even registered in the correct district for him to properly help him. Without a doubt, Johnny or Ramsey deserves a permanent spot in the Hall of Fame of influencer morons for his entire trip to Korea. The dude has essentially turned himself into an international laughingstock for nothing. Then he's also trusting this new lawyer for advice, and clearly he's given him a false sense of security.
The lawyer said it's unlikely since you're American, which actually revealed the inexperience and ignorance of this lawyer. Clear example, there was an American that went to jail, that was sentenced to 1 year in jail, prison time, for a single crime. And this was actually predating deepfakes. This was just one cybercrime and an obstruction of business. So remember, Ramsey has at least 2 obstruction of business charges already on the docket, 2 Minor Crimes Act, and a deepfake. So Ramsey has over double the amount of charges, and that person, that defendant, was completely cooperative with the judge in the court.
Yeah, and Johnny's been anything but that. And unfortunately for Johnny, he outed Hank's and his own lawyer's incompetence himself. As again, he keeps on streaming from his lawyer's office, and by doing so, he keeps leaking information about his trial without even realizing it as it's being said in Korean. While Johnny doesn't understand Korean, many others do, including translators that help creators cover the story.
So this is the lawyer speaking. So what's happening here, guys, is that Hank is trying to be the lawyer, and the lawyer is having to reprimand and say, hey, Hank, like, let me talk first. Stop trying to explain, right? Stop trying to explain. And once again, this is an issue where Johnny didn't understand the Korean, so he just streamed it. But it just shows how incompetent Hank is, and how even a lawyer who he's paying money to is saying, dude, shut up. Like, let me talk.
Why is he live streaming this in general? And Hank is the one who's been telling Johnny that everything was going to be fine. And then, of course, they messed up and didn't mute again.
This is the superintendent of the Women's and Juvenile Division at Songpa Police Station. Pay attention to that title, superintendent. Okay? The next section, we're going to talk about police and prosecution. This is wild. Also, the section on women and juvenile crimes. The crimes that he's charged with are against women and children. They're saying we're referring the case number. That means he was indicted.
Why? I know Tozy just asked it. I'm gonna ask it. Why the fuck are you streaming this? Why are you streaming your legal counsel? You fuck nut. Are you that chronically online that you cannot conceive the idea of people just that people can't go 2 fucking seconds without looking at your pathetic mug? I cannot wait for the day. I cannot wait for the day when he gets convicted and he gets and we don't have to see his mug again for however many years he gets sentenced. I know the title says facing 20 and a half more years in Korean prison. Well, I would like to I would like for him to just be gone indefinitely, but I know that's wishful thinking on my part. People who think it's okay to be a burden to the general public, to just go out and troll the public the way that he does is just, it's, when you watch Jackass, and I watched a ton of Jackass in my time, like, there's a certain point that those guys would never cross. That point Johnny has crossed incessantly over the last year, 2 years and change.
Wait, this you, wait. Oh.
Yeah, I mean, that's an uh-oh face from Hank right there. And part of me kind of wants to feel for him as he's been guilted into, like, trying his best to defend his friend who's so stupid he would rather live stream his legal counseling than have a better chance at having his freedom back. It's like he doesn't care his own freedom's on the line. It's just so stupid, it's baffling at this point. But moving on, another clip came out of him threatening to SA the female police officers that were at the station after getting arrested for his underwear stunt.
I've been to this police station 20 times. It's the first time they put me in cuffs. I've been to this police station 20 different times.
But like, they put you. Where do they think you're gonna go? You're like, why are you in cuffs? That doesn't make any sense.
I don't know. I don't care. Detective, they're lucky.
Dude is really going for the maximum sentence here. He just can't shut up.
Why would you say that? Why would you say that on camera and then record it and stream it? Why would you do any of the shit that you've done over the past couple of years? Jesus.
Look up idiot in the dictionary. You know what you'll find?
Picture me.
No! The definition of the word idiot, which you fucking are.
And act right because he has to continuously make everything worse for himself over and over again. And there is nothing that's going to stop him from doing so, no matter how much jail time he's facing. Like, he's just making it so clear to the South Korean judge and prosecutors that if they want to stop this behavior, they're going to have to force him to do so. Like, he knows all of this is going to be viewed by them, but still, for some reason, claims that he has no regrets whatsoever.
So my question is basically to Johnny. What I would like to know is if he has any regrets for what he has been doing over the past few years, especially what's been going on in South Korea.
Zero regrets, zero remorse.
There is no way. Again, he's just sending these messages to the prosecutor and judge over and over again, it seems. How stupid is it possible to be?
You haven't watched your own videos and all the that were done over the couple of years. You haven't seen anything. You haven't watched it.
No, whenever I see clips of it, I laugh my ass off. It's funny.
Then on top of that, he also wanted to show up to his next court date wearing the new Kanye gown.
What do you think about the cake outfit at the court? Is that too crazy?
Yeah.
The same one kind of had.
Bro, I know it's a wonderful idea, but you won't.
Wonderful. Are you?
You taste that, Simon? That is the taste of shit.
Are you? On a scale from 1 to fucked. Just. Moving on.
You even have a platform. You'll just get automatic ban.
No, so now I'm gonna get my Instagram deleted again. You're saying
It's a wonderful idea. I'm not gonna lie. But you can't.
It's a retarded idea.
You have a platform.
I really want to do the cake shit, but
I
I
know
can't.
it's a good idea, but why isn't there anybody else doing the stunt? Because
Yeah, you're right. There's no one else. No one else in the world is doing that. You're right. I haven't seen anybody but Kanye do that. So what could I do at the court?
And Kanye's retarded, so there's that.
I'm gonna have reporters talking to me at the court like in 2 days. Like the Korean news is coming. The last time I flipped them off and I said I love North Korea.
Oh my god!
That's what I did.
It seems like his own personal Super Bowl seems to be being the biggest idiot possible and going for the most amount of time in Korean prison. But what he doesn't realize is, once he's in prison for a year, people will forget about it. And then, if he's in prison for like 5 years, almost everyone would have forgotten about him then. And speaking of prison time, the newest investigation might be the worst one for him yet, as he's now facing an additional 10 years in prison if they go forward with this charge. And again, because he live streamed himself doing it, it's not like they have to gather evidence. It's really just if the prosecutor wants to hit him with it or not. But as of right now, Johnny hasn't responded to this new investigation, and his new trial is delayed yet again. So I'm sure Hank is worrying, because that means that Hank will have to foot the bill for Johnny for even longer until he's inevitably arrested. But that's the most recent update for the Johnny Smalley case. I know a lot of you guys have been asking me for one, but we have so many more crazy stories coming out this week. Also, shout out Legal Mindset for his great coverage of all this. I'll be linking his channel in the description down below. So make sure to subscribe if you're new here, and also, I'll see you in the next video. Peace.
Okay. Now, the reason I didn't fly off the handle over the child sexual harassment thing, the child sexual harassment charge, is because I don't know if Atozi brings it up in the next video, but spoiler alert, that charge was dropped. That charge has been dropped. The prosecutor decided that there was insufficient evidence to move forward on an indictment against Johnny. Excuse me. And Johnny and Hank have been parading it around as if it's some kind of W that they've won, all the charges are dropped, this, that, and the other. When, no, the fuck, no, the case is not over, you dumb motherfucker. But first, we're going to have ourselves a nice little palate cleanser, with some more chat music, as you can very clearly see by the gentleman on screen and the title. This is Osama bin Shredding.
Panic at the airport, system of a brown, guns and explosives, 3 towers down, Freddie Mercury.
I'm sorry?
Guns and explosives, 3 towers.
Wow. It took us 20 seconds to get to a 9/11 joke. What's the over and under that we get that we end up with more 9/11 jokes before this video's over? Nice. There it is. There it is. Not even 20 seconds later. There it is. 2 9/11 jokes. Okay. Can we go for 3? Nice. Hey, not gonna lie. Oh, what was that? What was that one? Hey, not gonna lie. Hindi Hendrix kind of slaps. Nice. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to hit. Red Dot Chili Peppers. Nice. Okay, a couple of those slapped. A couple of those actually really slapped. I think. What am I? Let's go through some of my favorite ones. 3 Towers Down. That's a good one. Aladdin in Chains. I really like that. Foreigner. I mean, it could apply. It could apply. I think Foreigner was a British band, but they were either British or no. I think Scorpions German. Somebody can correct me on that. Kurt Cobain. As much as I don't care for Nirvana, that's nice. Avenged 7-Eleven Fold. Thank you. Should I again? Blink 9/11. What's Stinkin' Park? That's a good one. And Red Dot Chili Peppers. He's had some good ones in there.
This RL streamer might go down as the.
And now we have. It was fun for the whole minute and a half, but now we must return to the retard for the latest update, courtesy of Mr. Atozi, in Johnny Salami's extended crash out.
This RL streamer might go down as the dumbest influencer ever create content for the internet because he truly thinks nothing will ever happen to him, even though he's already pleaded guilty to multiple charges in his ongoing Korean criminal case. And still, he's out on the street racking up more and more felonies daily. While
Hey, look who got a haircut. Look at Mr. Tozy looking all dapper. Which reminds me, I gotta get this chopped off at some point soon.
all of this is going on. And I've been covering influencers doing stupid stuff for over a decade now, and I've never seen someone continue to commit felonies in a foreign country while having an ongoing criminal trial. It's like he wants to be stuck there forever. And clearly this is taking a massive toll on him and his only friend who's financially supporting him, as his family seems to have started to cut him off from family funds.
If I were Hank, I would have kicked him out of the house a long time ago. Just let him wander around the streets.
So I guess instead of reeling things in and trying to behave, he wants to find out exactly how much time South Korea can possibly give him. I think his confidence is still high because, you know, when he went to Japan, they let him go with only 3 months of jail time. But the big difference here, though, is in Japan, he was thrown in jail and therefore he stopped committing felonies while he was in jail. Now in South Korea, they have a different approach, where they travel ban him and let him provide for himself rather than the South Korean taxpayer. This seems to have kind of driven the guy crazy, because now he's basically broke, banned on every streaming platform, so because of that, he has no real way of making any decent money. We found out that he wasn't being paid on Party, meaning he did this whole shirtless dancing stunt and then got arrested for zero upside. Not only is he the dumbest influencer, but also the most pathetic. But what he seemingly doesn't realize is the more felonies he documents himself doing, the more charges he'll inevitably get. and the longer his criminal trial will take, or trials, because there could easily be multiple trials here, meaning he will continue to be stuck in Korea. So, instead of switching things...
Meaning he'll be stuck over there indefinitely for at least the next year or two. And that's just with the trial. That's not even including his incarceration, because I'm 110% positive he's cooked. He's going to get locked up. And I am going to laugh my balls off when it happens.
Things up and actually behaving to get a lighter sentence, he starts threatening the Korean government and another YouTuber. Then he gets detained again by the police for doing some stunt in the park, and then to top everything off, for a small donation, he goes back out to taunt people the same day he was already detained, and 20 minutes later, the police were back on him. So we have quite a few things to talk about today, so let's start off with the strategical pivot at the Johnny Somali HQ.
If Korea does not let me out of Korea, I'm telling you right now, it is a danger to the Korean women. I have had so much with Korean women while I've been locked here. I don't wear any when these Korean women. I don't get any STD tests these Korean women. I don't get any STD tests when these Korean women. And I make sure to spread whatever I have to all of these Korean women. And the police can't stop me.
So your major threat to try and get the Korean government to let you out of their country is to threaten bioterrorism.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
My guess is not going to happen. Also, a guy who goes out, who has to get on here and go, I have had sex with so many women, gets zero bitches. You, Mr. Salami, are 100,000% maidenless.
The government can't stop me.
Does he think that will help him? That is a crazy thing to say when you're in a criminal trial. Now, I would be worried for the Korean citizens if he could pull anything else but his roommate Hank. I don't know why, but it's always the dudes who get zero play who brag about getting so much play. And again, he is his own star witness to that as well, because he admitted he doesn't get anything there. I mean, the guy's even denied from the places where...
Aren't there certain places where if you have, like, HIV and you intentionally spread it to another person, aren't there certain places where you could get charged for homicide for that? I assume not California, because California is retarded, but I want to say there are certain places where you can get charged for homicide for intentionally infecting somebody with HIV.
Where you pay for it.
I have had to put since fucking September.
Oh, shocker. Shocker, the Cloud Demon is admitting that he lied. Period.
Exposed, 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 exposed. You are exposed. Exposed, 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 exposed. You are exposed, sir. I'm gonna expose you. Expose you. Oh my God, expose you.
September.
Okay, you guys want to know what happened when I went to the red light district with Hank? I'll tell y'all the story. The other day we went to the red light district, and the reason I didn't stream it is because every single we met in the red light district was like, no black, no black, no black.
So, it's just more empty words from this guy. But the judge and prosecution doesn't know that, especially after he doubled down.
But when I go to Japan in 2029, I'm going to pull a Harrison. I kind of like what Harrison is doing. I like how Harrison is doing the super spreader stuff. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to say it right here to the camera. I'm not scared. If I ever caught HIV, I would become a super spreader. I'll say it right now. I don't care. If I ever caught HIV, I'm gonna become a super spreader.
Dude's entire existence is just being a net loss to society. It's safe.
You just admitted on camera in a live stream. No, you just threatened to be a biohazard, a walking biohazard. You know, you have to realize the prosecutor and the judge are going to see that footage and say, this guy is a danger. This guy is a potential problem. At the risk of sounding like a broken record, on a scale from 1 to fucked.
Safe to say he's going to be the most fascinating test to the South Korean legal system, because his entire strategy here is to disrespect South Korea as much as possible for some attention on a stream. Dude is essentially trading his freedom and life to be this edgy middle school class clown. Now, I'm hoping this is just empty words like everything else he says, but just like in all the other videos covering the guy, he will inevitably make things worse for himself as he decided to threaten to give the YouTube creator Legal Mindset HIV.
Legal mindset. I don't need to fight that. I'll walk past it, inject them with some HIV blood with a needle. Legal mindset.
See, that's a very specific threat against a very specific person. That's actually gets me. So that is...
And you could be charged for assault by doing that. You can in the States. I don't know how it's done in Korea, but at the very least, you do that in the States, it's an assault charge.
What you would call, and that's a threat, and that's what you call a pinprick attack, which is, you can Google it, there's actually Wikipedia pages about it, there's stuff like that about it. That is very much criminal to threaten, to talk about, and in many countries, there's actually specific statutes that relate to that legally.
I mean, the fact that he even goes out and says that shows how much of a lowlife this guy is. But on top of that, Legal Mindset goes into detail on what these threats to the Korean public could mean for Johnny.
But in Korea, if you actually went over and threatened people with HIV, you could be guilty of any of these things. Injury, attempted injury, serious injury, special threat, attempted crime, murder. Also, Korea has
Even South Korea has it written down as a murder charge. If you follow through with that. Johnny.
And everybody got AIDS and shit.
a special statute, a special law called the Acquired Immunodeficiency Syndrome, that's AIDS, Prevention Act. Article 19, Prohibition on Conduct Risking Transmission. What does that carry? I know you all want to know, and that is 10 years in jail. So 10 years under that statute for any conduct that would involve that. So that would be stacking on top of his already full stack of issues, 10 years in potential years in prison. That's a maximum penalty there.
So naturally, Johnny panics and starts backtracking, saying that that was all hypothetical and in Minecraft or whatever. But dude, that's not going to cover you legally. And he's realized how bad things are for him, hence why his new plan is to eventually flee South Korea, apparently.
Going to Incheon, I'm renting a boat.
You're never going to make it
or an inflatable raft. And I'm going to stream sailing to
yeah, you're going to stream yourself going to Incheon so that the cops can follow you to Incheon, because again, you are on camera laying out your plan in autistic fucking detail, you retard! I'm sorry, chat, but just... Guys like this legit give me an aneurysm.
You are filled up on fuck up fuel.
International waters. As soon as I hit international water,
which you won't,
can't touch me.
That sounds like a great way to drown. So what's the plan here? Is he just trying to sail to Japan, where he's also banned? Because if he was going from Busan, his options are Japan, or I guess North Korea if he goes all the way up the coastline. But there's a whole bunch of Korean islands on the way to Japan, so there's no way he's gonna make it to international waters. He'll just get arrested again. Yeah, and that would be cool, Arling, except he didn't say Busan, he said Incheon, which is even worse for him, because then he only has North Korea and China and a whole bunch of Korean islands outside of Incheon. Great. Let's continue the video. But a lot of people have also been asking how his family are reacting to his antics. And he's actually addressed this before he was detained in Korea. So I can only imagine how they feel after all of this now.
You guys are my family. I'm not gonna lie. Like I told you, my family disowned me. My dad, the other day, I was like, do I really cause you that much stress? And my dad told me, you caused the whole world stress. I'm ashamed to be your father.
My dad wouldn't have given me that much. If I was doing what Johnny did, my dad would make a special... even when he was undergoing cancer treatments, my dad, when he was dying of cancer, would have made a special appointment to fly out to South Korea just to beat my ass. Just to beat the stupid out of me. That is the kind of dad I had.
I was like, what, Dad, really? If I had a son and he turned out like Ramsey, like John, I would be proud. This is a world.
If I had a son and he turned out like Ramsey, I would kick his ass from South Korea to the airport. I would spend the entire trip from the airport entrance to the terminal kicking his ass. I would kick his ass up and down the plane, the entire flight back to the States. Then I would kick his ass all the fuck way back home. And just to add a cherry on top, I'd spend the next 3 or 4 hours after the return trip kicking his ass up and down our neighborhood just to make sure he never does something as fucktarded as you ever again.
Enigma!
The only thing that makes Johnny an enigma is how stupid he acts. It's actually...
I'm not even exaggerating. I would spend that much time, wear myself out that hard, just kicking his ass from South Korea back home. To back home in Cape Girardeau, Missouri.
Baffling. I've never seen a human being slowly self-sabotage and destroy his own life over the span of a few years for a handful of live stream viewers. At least not to this degree. This is just breaking records for being an absolute lowlife.
I'll be proud of this. I'll be proud of this. The only thing I'm really tripping over is because my dad told me he does not want me to have kids. He literally said, do not reproduce.
Base dad.
So I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna just go back to crashing out. Y'all don't like me anyway. I'll make a new family. You can't choose your family, guys, but you can make a new one.
This guy picked a parasocial relationship with some viewers who hate him and want to see him either arrested or worse over his own family. The judgment on this one is phenomenal. But clearly, when people poke him about this, it really strikes a nerve.
My father told me not to have kids. Yes, he said that. But for you to take that and make that a joke is not a fucking game. Stop being funny. Yes, my father said, do not have kids. He did say that. I'm going to be honest. He did say that. I don't care.
Clearly you do. Otherwise you wouldn't be spurging out about it when people joke about it in your fucking chat.
Yeah, that reaction says otherwise. But will he take this as a wake-up call? Absolutely not. As he was just detained in Korea multiple times in one single live stream.
What's your name? What's your name? What's your name? What's your name? Oh, hell no.
Oh, and Hank is flying the Chinese flag because he has a weird fetish for the CCP. I don't know what it is. I don't understand what it is. Other than he's retarded. Well, he has to be to still have have Somali as a friend.
What's your name? No, I can't film you. You in public. What? Back up. We in the park. Here it comes.
I'm not one to advocate for police brutality, but there are certain cases where I wouldn't mind making an exception.
Here it comes. It's crazy, you guys see? Police state. This is a police state. Don't listen to these police.
Don't speak.
Don't speak? Oh, shit, shut up.
These dudes are for some reason still acting like they're in America. Meanwhile, Hank was deported from the US. He can't even be here legally. And Johnny can't legally engage in any political protests in South Korea, and that's exactly what he's doing here with his buddy Hank, waving around some CCP flag and stomping on other flags for attention online. But Hank ends up actually getting fined for this. And all of this went down in a 9-hour-long live stream. But throughout the stream, it becomes more and more noticeable that Hank is upset with this fine. And this is the first time that he's received legal repercussions for hanging out with Johnny. And let's be real, the only reason they're out doing this was to entertain Johnny's viewers. But Johnny, he was gonna make it up to him with a couples massage. But not before they do a desktop stream first. And here, he announces when he's finished with the Johnny Somali shtick, he'll be a doctor.
I think I'm gonna go to medical school after this Johnny Somali arc is over.
That's not happening.
On the bright side, at least he would be doing something positive for society, but good luck to anyone that has to be this guy's patient. To be honest though, I don't think he's being serious at all because he immediately starts talking about the future of his live streaming career. He also apparently view-botted the stream as he was celebrating having 8,000 live concurrent viewers. But the only issue with that is his VOD only has 15,000 total views, days after the stream. If those 8,000 viewers were concurrent viewers and they were actually real, you would have like anywhere from like 150,000 to maybe 500,000 views on that VOD. So there's basically a 0% chance that these views were legit. But he also announced his plans for his next trial.
I went to a tailor in Korea, and we got my customized outfit, and it's gonna be ready by Monday. Let's just say I told the tailor make it extra pointy. we got some shit ready.
The sad part is I can't tell if he's being serious or not. I mean, we all know he's stupid. We all know he's actually dumb enough to go through with something like that. But there's a part of me that wants to believe he is just pretending that he had that made at a tailor's shop. That he's just saying it to draw attention to himself, because of course he is, because everything he does is to draw attention to himself.
For the court. They got mad at me for wearing an oversized suit. Let's see how mad they get this time, what I wear. Let's see. That's all I'm gonna say. I'm not gonna leak nothing. I went to the tailor and I got that shit extra ready. I got it just like Kanye.
Is it all black or all white?
All black. Just like Kanye.
Again, I mean, this dude is completely willing to throw away his freedom to entertain the handful of viewers who watch his streams. He's just the prime example of influencer Darwinism. My guess here is he's just realized he's destroyed his life and he wants to make it as entertaining as possible for himself, until he inevitably gets thrown into Korean prison. I also forgot to mention that apparently they're not happy with the local news coverage of them, so they wanted to show up to their offices.
Oh god. Legal Mindset did a video talking about this. Get ready for a full-blown crash out.
ABC News building is not even open. Who's the news that was talking shit about it?
JTBC.
So you down to go to their headquarters?
Yes, and demand an interview.
That's a good content line.
Demand an interview.
Me and Hank go to the Korean news channel that has been talking the most shit about us, and we show up to their headquarters live. And on YouTube, live on this channel, on Hank's channel. And we tell these, we want an interview now. And we're not leaving till you call the police. Now!
So in case you were wondering why they were mad,
what's the over-under of them barely making it through the door to the front desk before security gets called on them?
They covered how he's ran out of money and that Hank is now asking for donations to continue to cover and pay for Johnny. So after the desktop stream, they decided to finally go to that couples massage. But before they got there, Hank had to defend Johnny.
Señores! Hi! Chingo! What? What the f? Yo! Wait!
I didn't take the car.
Why do you want to fight Chingo? Chingo!
After Hank defended Johnny, Johnny canceled the couples massage, as he would rather just go and stream. So they parted ways.
Alright, man. Go get your massage 2 hours. I'll go chill at the house.
Johnny leaves and goes back to the house because, as he states, he can't be outside alone. Because, you know, the Golden Goblin game is still going on over there.
Guys, I can't be out here solo. Unless Book Hunter is gonna pull through.
And he's also openly admitted to being scared of walking around by himself out there due to being targeted.
Please don't say OD God. I have a PTSD when say OD God. Please, I don't want to hear that word. That's OD God is like you're an N-word to me, bro.
That word is what the dude who knocked him out said just before knocking him out, which translates to, where are you going? But continuing the live stream, Johnny makes a mistake.
Chat, another bottle of wine or what? Chat, another bottle of wine or what? Let me see one's in the chat. One's in the chat, another bottle of wine.
So he buys the bottle of wine, goes back upstairs, and I guess gets even more drunk, and that makes him brave enough to go back outside, all by himself.
Oh no.
Oh my god. Oh, it's the police. I'm gone. It's the police. I'm running from the police. I'm gone. It's the police. Oh, I'm gone. Someone called the police. Someone called the police. Open. I'm closing the door. I'm closing the door on the cops. I'm closing the door on the cops.
That's the sound of the police.
Someone call the cops. I swear to God. No. I love the police.
Clearly, he should have been wandering outside. He should have just stayed at home. So he got away from the police. Unsure if that could count as fleeing from the police, considering they actually had their lights on. But then, for some reason, he decided to go back downstairs. Because remember, he lets his live stream chat make his life decisions for him. The same people that want him either arrested or worse.
When did the chat go down? When did the chat go down? You think I'm lying? When did the chat go down? When did the chat go down? When did the chat go down?
3 in the chat to play in traffic.
I said that. I swear they were for me. I'm going down. I'm not scared. What the fuck did they do to me? Did they harass me? I don't give a what they want.
I'm just waiting for that one person to just spam in his chat, go play in traffic on the interstate. Honestly, it would probably be doing South Korea a favor.
All day for me. All day for me. I'm closing. Oh, no. Goodbye. What do you want? What do you want?
조용히 해야 돼요.
Huh? I'm YouTube live. Calm down.
You can tell the police are just so fed up with him at this point because they clearly have to deal with him on the regular. So they just end up telling him to go back home.
Go away from me. 치지 말라고. Okay, bye-bye. Yeah, I'm scamming. Go away. Go away. Okay. Go away. Stupid ass. Go away. Hey, go away.
Now you're just talking to yourself.
Hey, go. Huh?
So finally, they let him go back into Hank's apartment. So a lot of people are now speculating that Hank called the cops on Johnny when he left the apartment again, telling the cops that, hey, my friend is drunk and needs to go back home again or something. Which honestly isn't unlikely at this point. And we also have a recent clip that came out of Hank promising that he's going to sort out a place for Johnny to live. I'm assuming on either his money or his family's money, because that apartment that both of them are living in is tiny. Johnny's been there for months. I can only imagine how irritating it is to live with Johnny there. And then on top of that...
Sorry, it's Josie. That look says it all. That look on Hank's face, it just screams, dude, I am so over this guy's bullshit. I need to get rid of him so badly. It's like, my God, what did I sign myself up for? Hank is having an existential crisis right now.
How irritating it is to live with Johnny there. And then on top of that, having to be Johnny's sugar dad while you're living in a tiny apartment with him, I can only imagine how frustrating that is. So it's not super far-fetched that he ended up calling the cops on him. And Johnny hasn't streamed since that night, so who knows? Will he stream before his next court date, or will he just show up to that court date in his pointy black gown as he was promising his chat? But I guess we'll continue to cover this as this train wreck happens, but I also have like 7 other train wrecks to cover this week, so stay tuned for the next video. And also, hey, if you're new here, feel free to subscribe. And also, we've been dropping some new collections over on Matt.City. We just actually dropped Seoul alongside of many other cities, and we'll have many more to drop over the next couple of months. So stay tuned there as well. If you do want to check out the new collections, you can go to Matt.City. Link will be down in the description down below. But other than that, I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace.
Alright, and now... time for yet another chat music palette cleanser, courtesy of... Well... Let me reword that. Time for another palette cleanser, courtesy of chat music. This is the last chat music video that's on the itinerary for tonight. Because we've got other stuff to check out in between Atozi. I was going to do a stream where it's just nothing but Atozi, but... I don't want to... I want to vary it up a little bit. So, here we go with some more chat music. Bro is a group project.
Bro is a group project, that's everyone's son. Bros on the next difficulty. Bro looks like everyone knows. Losing every argument, everyone saw Bro being made. Bro's forehead must be dented. Bro is from every race. Bro wasn't even born, had enough proteins for life. Bro is a math problem, we had to learn how to fight.
Yeah?
They came out from Bro flew up like a water slide. At least Bro's got the NBA genetics, Bro's the real Mr. Worldwide. Won't be able to make your mama jokes.
Oh.
It's a collection of genetic codes. Broken juice his head like his clothes. Everyone has a collective stake in Bro. Bring child to work days, you get a long nights already. Bro has an equal and in from both sides of the family. KD in there somewhere, Bro has every eye color there is. This senior project don't be too research who his dad is.
God, dude, you almost made me spit water all over my computer.
They need a fantasy for the parent teacher numbers. How much to be made? She swallowed most of his siblings. Bro will have so many choices on watch a day. Bro's the chosen one to destroy racism. He has a minute for everyone in him. Someone could quite literally search for him. He saw that he was made. Shut it.
Okay then. I'm just gonna let that sit, and we're just gonna move on, because we have another update on another IRL live streaming lolcow. This time, it's good old Vitaly.
Oh boy, well I don't think things can be too worse for the absolute moron of an IRL streamer Vitaly, as the president of the Philippines just made a reaction video to his incredibly stupid livestream.
We have presidential reaction videos before GTA 6. How does that even fucking happen?
If you livestream yourself committing several crimes in a foreign country, and the president of the nation reacts to it saying, hey, we're not going to be lenient here, what do you even say to that? I guess it's just safe to say that you're in for a bad time. Obviously, we're talking about Vitaly, one of the original pranksters on YouTube who completely crashed out in the worst way possible by attacking a random jogger in Miami. Then came back a few years later and actually did pretty well streaming until his entire team left him. Now, you can speculate why that would happen, but eventually, he decided to fly out to the Philippines and join forces with another kick streamer by the name of Sly Kane, who's a Filipino and actually is currently wanted, but this is the guy who filmed him while he was being an absolute moron in the Philippines. And these actions range from stealing motorcycles to crashing a tuk-tuk, threatening to rob a woman, stealing multiple security guards' hats, stealing an industrial fan from a restaurant, stealing a red light mask from a vendor, and harassing dozens of people. And actually, now there's more things that came to light, so more charges will be added shortly, because you know the thing about these IRL streamers is they live stream themselves committing all these felonies. So all the prosecutors have to do is just sit and go through all of their streams and charge them accordingly. Overall, just a terrible idea to do this in a country that has their jail cells that look like this. A few things have happened since we last covered the situation. More clips of Vitaly acting like a moron in the Philippines have resurfaced, as already stated. Clips of...
Yeah, when he showed that picture of the Filipino prison, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Otozi. I mean, you don't want to go to prison in general, at least I don't. I wouldn't want to go to prison in America. I wouldn't want to go to prison literally anywhere else, like in general. Like, everywhere I go, I do my absolute damnedest to obey the law. It's actually not that difficult to not be a retard in public. It's actually very, very easy to not land yourself in jail. But some people would rather live life like it's trying 100% through the fire and flames on expert difficulty.
To the jail that he's been held in has came out. The president has reacted to his live stream he's facing 24 years in prison for, and his cameraman seems to be on the run, as he's wanted for questioning, and he's live streaming on Kick rather than turning himself in. So, we have quite the video today. But let's start with the president. So, on April 14th, President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. sat down and reacted to Vitaly's live stream. And here he had quite a few things to say about Vitaly.
Give me the scooter now! Give me the scooter now! Give me my... Yes, you're gonna think about it.
Ang isa pa nating nakita ngayong linggo, yung kagalit-galit na pinanggagawa ng isang foreign vlogger sa ating mga kababayan.
I'm gonna rob you.
Pero man ito o hindi, sila naman Pilipino ang hindi kukulo ang dugo sa...
Honestly, I'm an American and I'm pissed off, and I get pissed off about shit like this because it makes the rest of us look bad. When you travel out, when you leave America and you travel to another country, when you travel to like Japan or South Korea or Israel or the Philippines or where the fuck ever, you are a representative of America. You are representing America to the rest of the world. And it is your... just like if somebody were to visit America from, let's say, Germany or Romania or wherever else, that person is visiting America as a representative of German people, of Romanian people, whether they like it or not. So it's on you to be on your best behavior when you're in you should be on your best behavior in general when you're in your own home country, especially when you're in another country entirely. I've said it before, and I'm going to keep saying it because some of you motherfuckers have not figured it out yet. The world is not your fucking playground.
Napapanood natin. Bakit nakakalungkot dahil ito isang naging bahagi na ng social media na nagkakaroon ng mga vlogger na nanggugulo lang, nang aasar lang, nang buwisit lang, nang babastos lang para makakuha ng mga viewers.
Yeah. Does anybody else think it's wild that we have world leader that nuisance streaming has become such a public problem that we now have that it's now in the eyes of, it's now caught the attention of actual world leaders. To me, that is insane.
Yeah, if you have the president saying who wouldn't be mad at that behavior, there's a low chance of him actually being let out anytime soon. It's kind of dystopian to watch a president of a nation address degenerate IRL streamers, but I guess 2025 actions will have 2025-like reactions.
Huwag tayong sasama dyan sa ganyang klase.
Yeah, homeboy's up here looking like Donald Sutherland in the Hunger Games, and I kind of dig it.
Ganyang klaseng ugali. Hindi naman ganyan ang ugaling Pilipino. Asahan ninyo, yung mga gumagawa ng ganyan, hindi natin pababayaan na patuloy nilang ginagawa.
Tapos na ang mga tayuhan, akala nila, kaya nila makastarin mga Pilipino.
Based!
Ito exemplo, na seryoso tayo, nasa sariling bayan natin, hindi tayo magpapabasa sa kanila.
The government just announced that Vitaly will be used as an example to show the world that they will not tolerate this behavior.
Hold up a second, guys. Hold up a second, chat. Kaysen was just calling me. I missed the call, unfortunately. Hey, are we on, Kaysen?
Yeah, calling from the PS5. Use the speaker because I'm...
Okay. Well, so are you're watching the stream too, I assume?
Yep.
So, yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, Jason has entered the chat. Has entered the stream.
Yeah, beforehand I was actually working on Resident Evil 5 when I looked at the phone and I got a notification that you're live. Fuck! I forgot!
Hey, you're fine. I've been having a blast for like the last hour, almost an hour and 20 minutes. So yeah, I've been streaming since, well, I started the stream at 5-year time. But I'm sorry?
I said Resident Evil 5 is a pain in the...
Indeed it is. Just to let you know, you're cutting in and out quite a bit.
Well, because the controller's on the table and I keep walking back and forth.
Well, maybe you should have the controller in your hand.
Okay, I'll try and sweep with one hand while holding the controller with the other.
Wait, does that mean that I can't screen share?
Not right now.
Okay.
But I have an idea of what you're doing.
Okay, because, yeah, we've got an update on the Vitaly situation in the Philippines, which is what we're running through right now.
Okay, then.
And basically, the president of the Philippines posted a video which showcased some of Vitaly's actions in the Philippines. And this motherfucker, looking like Donald Sutherland in the Hunger Games, just basically said, "We're going to make an example out of nuisance streamers."
As they freaking.
Yeah, can you say based?
Not the word I'd use anymore, but sure. Say what should be the way of life.
Yes. Common sense. Also, I just realized that when I paused the video, Atozi's got a cum face.
Oh. Hear what I said?
I might have caught part of it, because you might have walked away from the controller again.
I said, take my advice, do not...
You cut out again.
I said, take my advice, do not have kids.
I mean, I wouldn't exactly make a good dad anyway.
Try scooping up an apartment floor. Because, like, what do you kids do? I'm back there in the bedroom playing PlayStation. I come out, it's a freaking mess. Like Gordon Ramsay here on an episode of Undercover Boss. Oh my god, these tea leaves are molting!
It's fucking rotten!
I try stepping on a stick of an eaten lollipop and it sticks to the bottom of your foot and you don't realize, oh, it's a fucking fucker stick.
I'm just thinking of Dennis Leary's bit about kids, about having kids, where he's like, it's like having drunken midgets around the house.
Sounds about right.
He goes, it's like a rodeo clown car pulled up and 15 rodeo clowns got out there running around and you can't catch them. It's like there's monkeys on acid hanging off the lights. Come down! And you can't reach them. Come down!
Like in the Nickelback song "Burn It to the Ground," we're screaming like demons swinging from the ceiling.
Pretty much.
Yeah, the one thing I remember about Monday Night Raw.
I quit watching Raw about 2008, 2009, around the time they went TV PG and they were doing like weekly celebrity guest hosts.
I was only watching it I was forced to because back in like 2011, 12, my former stepsister was living with us and she hogged the TV every single fucking Monday because she had a crush on John Cena. But you know he's never gonna fuck you, right?
Right.
Yeah, I don't even know what she's up to now. Probably homeless. I got off contact with her like 10 years ago.
That's fucking bleak.
Well, would you rather me sugarcoat it?
Not really, no. Anyways.
Yeah, let's just move on.
Yeah, no, you said that I can't screen share this to your PS5, correct?
No, you cannot. Hopefully they change that in the future.
Fucking thanks, Sony. Let me see if I can do it to your phone. Would it maybe... If you run Discord through your phone, would it work then?
Something went wrong, you let our voice chat. Watch stream. You know, as soon as it freaking lets me try to freaking watch it. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna back out and come back in.
Okay. Okay. Give us a moment, folks. Very professional setup here on Weaponized Autism.
I'm back.
Okay.
Yeah, like when I tried to stream Wednesday night and I thought I had Chris come on through the PS5 controller speaker via my phone, like you just mentioned, totally professional setup. But only to get to the end because, well, Chris had to take a massive dump. Like, what, do you too much to talk about, sir?
No, actually. Taco Bell would have hit me immediately.
I apparently ate to have to shit so bad. it lasted a little over 45 minutes, but I realized I was muted the whole time. And I had to delete it because the last 20 seconds were me cussing at the realization that the microphone was muted. As soon as I hung up with you, I was like, fuckity fuck.
Anyways.
Surprised the kids didn't start to repeat it.
Yeah.
And kids are little parrots, man.
I mean, that's what kids are. Kids are like a sponge. They just soak up everything you do and say.
At least the oldest has the decency to ask what the word means, and we tell them not to use it. Anyways.
Yeah. So are we good to progress on?
Yeah, I'm about done with sweeping, and the phone is on the table in front of me. So.
Okay. Well, let's keep going.
I think Vitaly somehow has landed at the top of the list when it comes to social media Darwinism. He essentially let his hunger for clout completely destroy his life, for extremely little upside. And the dude clearly was in absolute denial, even after the press conference when they perp walked him out in front of the entire nation. By that time, he had already been to that jail. Is he not valuing his freedom at all, or is he still in denial? Is he like, oh, okay, I'll just be in this holding cell for a couple of weeks and then I'll be out? Unfortunately, that's not the case with him. Meanwhile,
no, his IQ doubles as a shoe size.
Well, his cameraman Sly Kane is now on the run. He apparently changed his hair color from pink to blue. I guess that'll really make him blend in. And as I said previously, he's currently wanted for questioning. But the complete moron is spending his time IRL streaming. The dude is literally showing where he is on a live stream, and I guess he's on the run. This might be dumber than the people who are running from the cops and live streaming on Facebook the police chase. This is very similar. It's kind of baffling. I guess just certain IRL streamers are just some of the most fascinating criminals, because who in their right mind would live stream all their crimes and then live stream themselves on the run?
I would pay money to watch those guys sit in jail with dudes who actually tried to get away with whatever they did. And they're like, so what you getting for? I robbed a bank. What are you in for? And I murdered somebody's grandma. What are you in for? I did a hit and run and live streamed myself during it. I have no idea how the cops found me.
Motherfucker. That's like that one little black kid going, boy, you don't shut up.
If you don't, I'm now thinking of something Upchurch did in one of his now deleted videos where he goes, if you don't sit your reading rainbow, but I don't know how to read looking ass down.
And dude, live streaming the police chase. I remember I used to always say that I want to steal a donut truck. I want to steal a donut truck and just run from the cops. Might not accomplish anything, but look funny as hell on the news.
Yeah. That would be hilarious. Dude, Sorry.
You gotta go ahead.
I was gonna say that should be a GTA mission. Just have a donut truck where it works like the ice cream truck mission from Vice City, where you're selling drugs out of it. But it's a donut truck, and you have to sell drugs through the donut truck, but also avoid having any cops come up to the truck because it's an instant 1-star or 2-star if you try to sell cocaine to a cop.
Well, I would imagine.
That's a GTA mission right there.
Dude, you mentioned ice cream, and I thought back to the freaking thing where on one of our past streams we were talking about those teachers who were filming OnlyFans content in the classroom and it leaked. And they said something about something sticky on the desk, and like, why is there melted ice cream in my desk? No, I don't like vanilla.
Yep. Kason has a compilation of some of our past streams on his channel of him making me almost die of laughter.
Well, some of those were caused by something else, but I added to it. Lily was a little unhappy that I included the freaking tactical toddler one.
Hey, still funny. If it's funny, it's funny.
And it's like, again, Bella looked at her and said, "Man, mind your own business." Grayson just looked really confused. She was like a year old when I had her do that.
Moving on.
Yep.
Like, you would think this is a parody, but I guess this is just the new reality. Meanwhile, more footage of Vitali's behavior in the Philippines have now just came out.
Follow me, follow me.
Wait!
I need toilet, toilet, toilet. Toilet, please, toilet. Toilet, please. Toilet, toilet. Toilet, please. I'm about to take... Ay, caca. Caca. No, 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 no. No, no, no. This is not how you make the burger. Show me how you do it. Don't worry, brother. I got it. Don't worry. I'm the manager. My name is Vitali McDonald. Ron McDonald.
Hello?
Sorry, I was playing a soundbite for comedy.
I can't see it on screen share, my bad. But I was asking how far we are into the stream.
Well, I started the stream at 4 on the dot, so about 92 minutes.
92 minutes. Okay, because I gotta go back and review that tactical toddler thing. Or I didn't say something that set Lily off.
I don't think you did.
I mean, all I said was she was like a year old when I picked her up, hovered her over the side of the couch, and she grabbed the remote because it was at the stage where she was just grabbing everything within reach. Because just become a father, they said. It'll be fun, they said.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Well, apparently you have more patience than me because I seriously doubt I'd make a good dad.
I think you would, but it takes a lot of patience for sure. And no offense, but judging by some of your past YouTube rants, I'm unsure.
I told a coworker of mine, I was like, maybe in about 10 years.
Hey, I'm pretty sure that Zelda voice chick is single. That thing I tagged you in.
Yeah, I haven't seen it yet.
Motherfucker, you ha-ha'd it.
Did I? Okay, it's...
Yeah.
I'm on Facebook so little that I can't even keep track of what posts I liked and what posts I didn't.
That's valid.
Because at this point my main social outside of YouTube is Twitter. Just because I need a daily dose of retards to laugh at.
I got rid of Twitter months ago. Because, well, it was just getting so damn unusable.
Well, I don't know about the mobile app. I'm only using it through the website, through my browser.
Mm. Last time I really used it was to keep up on the Charlie and Sneeko drama, and that was 2 years ago.
Fair enough.
Still a sad cuck.
Yeah. That's true.
Alright, where were we?
This episode of Autism was filmed in front of a live studio audience.
Imagine adding trespassing and disruption of a business to your criminal record in the Philippines for a terrible joke on your live stream. Dude must have just been way too used to living in LA, as he just assumes by default that there will be no consequences as long as he doesn't commit a serious crime. But then to make things even worse for himself, he doesn't end the joke there. He continues to harass these employees and then steals the food?
The manager told me to cook. We need some salt and pepper.
I thought you just said you were the manager.
Make me look for it. All right, I guess. Salt. Give me salt.
I know that.
Can I have salt, please, sir?
Salt, sir. Salt and
Sir, don't worry. I'm cooking.
Yeah, you're cooking yourself.
I'm making a meal. Okay, we're out. That's it. I'll pay. Sir, how are you? Let me see what I just cooked.
Yeah, I know he said he was going to pay for it there, but I didn't see him pay for it. But overall, I mean, he's somehow just lowered the bar from his past content. Like back in the day, Vitaly would harass minimum wage workers here in the US for content. Now, he's going to less privileged countries to harass their minimum wage workers for content. It's like he started falling down a staircase a decade ago, and he's still falling down that same staircase today.
Keanu Reeves and John Wick 4 looking ass.
Dude took a 15-hour flight to harass strangers for content and ended up being locked up in an absolute nightmare jail. Apparently, the place that he's in is known as the Gulag.
Now, they call it the Gulag.
I love the fact that the prison he's being held in is called the Gulag.
I have flashbacks to 2020, the start of the pandemic, when that shit launched. But what did you say about John Wick looking ass?
Well, when Atozy said it was like he started falling down a staircase and he's just still falling down that same staircase, I said, Keanu Reeves and John Wick 4 looking ass. Remember that scene towards the end of John Wick 4 when Marco Zaror kicks Keanu, like Keanu gets to the top of that staircase, and then Marco Zaror just like Sparta kicks him down the stairs, and he just falls he just keeps rolling and rolling and rolling and rolling until he's like right back at the very bottom.
Me when I think I'm gonna get some and she says no. Or rolling down the fucking staircase.
They see me rolling, they hatin'.
Hey, fuck off, jetpack.
Anyways.
Yeah. I am reading my Happy Wheels days.
Say what now?
I said I remember Pootie Pie Happy Wheels days. You remember Happy Wheels?
I vaguely remember some of Markiplier's Happy Wheels videos.
At one point, he's on the frickin' Vespa going, they see me rolling, they hatin', but hey, fuck you, man, hey, fuck up, jetpack, get out of my fucking face! That game was fucking more autistic than me. Oh, fuck that, both of us combined.
Oh, where is it? Oh, here's the clip.
You want to know what? Fun fact, I've never been this autistic.
Dude, I'm literally balancing the phone on my wrist, holding buns for a sandwich, getting a plate, and carrying a glass of milk. It's like the Predator trying to make lunch. Well, the alien Predator, not a Chris Hansen one.
Right, I assume that's what you meant. Was the one that Arnold fought.
And Danny Glover. And Adrian Brody.
Yep.
And Olivia, whatever. I refuse to acknowledge the 2018 film exists.
Yes, the movie where we started using the term weaponized autism to describe the Predator's ultimate goal.
Yep. That was literally the plot of the movie. Like, bruh. No wonder that movie flopped hard.
Yeah.
And there's also there's some deleted scenes which make the acting make no sense, but that's because Shane Black, without any knowledge, hired a real Predator to work on the set. And the main actress found out about it and wasn't too happy, and they went back and cut him out. Which is why some scenes in the movie make no goddamn sense.
Fucking oof.
Huh?
I said fucking oof.
Basically, it's more than an oof. It's more box.
You done messed up, Ron.
I'm pretty sure the guy who says messed up AA is the same guy who says, hey, Ron, so Johnny was a video game related program.
It was. That was Keegan-Michael Key.
Yeah, and Thomas, fucking with Thomas Jane that entire damn movie. Oh man, I remember when we started this, you were at like 200 subscribers. Now you're at 700.
I know, it's crazy.
Like, holy shit. And you started out talking about global warming.
and doing very poor quality, poorly planned rant vlogs where I was reading where I had my script in my hand in front of me, like a retard.
And now you're reading off a computer screen wearing shades which aren't fucking hiding it, Christian.
Assuming I even show my face on camera at all.
True.
Alright.
I record my battle script. I just say what's on my mind. Sorry, no.
You got a mouthful in there. It's not polite to talk with a dick in your mouth.
Hey, fuck you, sir.
Let me find that actual clip. There it is.
Fuck you, son!
Oh, Brian Cox.
God. Ugh.
Yeah. I actually saw him in a movie on Tubi a while back. It's called Separation. He plays the widower's daughter's grandfather. And the daughter is played by the girl from Megan.
Never watched Megan, never had any desire to.
It's literally female Terminator, and apparently with the sequel, they're going the friggin' Judgment Day route.
I did see the trailer for Megan 2 when my mom and I went to go see The Amateur this past weekend.
I hope you weren't traumatized like I was.
It did veer off into Uncanny Valley territory. I was like, the fuck? I thought this was an AI robot slasher movie.
I mean, the unrated version of the first one is.
Fair enough.
Dude, Bill Hader is 007, yes or no?
Bill Hader is the what?
007?
No.
Yeah, no.
No. It should not be an American.
Tom Hardy, man, all the way.
He's too old. The next Bond needs to be an actor in their 30s. Minimum 32.
Well, I guess it's turning 30 next year. Tom Holland.
Yeah, but he doesn't have Bond energy.
Or the face.
Or the swagger.
Rest in peace, Sean Connery.
Yeah, Tom Holland has that I got daily wedgies in junior high energy.
He probably did, not gonna lie.
Moving on.
Yeah, moving
An
on.
immigration detention center in the Philippines that has been making headlines for all the wrong reasons. Detainees claim the center is squalid, rat-infested, and overcrowded.
Right. Here's some more recent footage.
He's currently locked up in Camp Bagong Diwa, which isn't exactly a wellness retreat. It's overcrowded, undersupplied, and looks like something out of a post-apocalyptic horror flick. Think sweat, mildew, 30 guys to a cell, and about as much personal space as the inside of a sardine can. This isn't a short stay. This isn't wait and holding overnight and post bail in the morning. Because there is no bail. That's right, zero bail, zilch, nada. And no, it's not because someone forgot to process the paperwork. It's because he is considered a flight risk, a foreigner with no strong ties to the country other than a criminal record forming in real time. The authorities aren't taking chances. He's staying put.
And I guess what makes this just so incredibly ironic is apparently he wanted to go to jail.
Nobody controls me. If I go to jail, I'll go to jail. I'm a grown man. But you, I respect you. I am coming down. I am. I'm going to go eat. I'm having fun with the chat. I know what I'm doing. It's not my first rodeo. And I'm not going to say, oh, don't arrest me. Here's the money. I will go to jail. I'm a proud man. I love jail. I get it up there for free. I don't have to pay.
Come on, dude. I mean,
You want to go to... Did nobody tell him that Filipino prisons are nothing like American prisons?
I think the same can be said about any foreign country, bugging.
Did nobody inform him that he was in a country where the jail system makes the American jail and prison system look like a fucking country club?
I mean, get enough politicians in a jail, then probably a country club.
You did it to yourself. And that's what really hurts. You did it to yourself.
He made his own bed here. And I still don't even understand.
Yeah, and that's the bad news. He made his bed, now he has to lie in it. The worst news, it's Amber Heard's bed.
Oh. Well, technically Johnny Depp's bed after Amber was in it, but yeah, Amber Heard probably shit her bed and pissed in it.
And why he did all this. There's so much content of his streams when he's out in the Philippines where he's actually being a great guy, giving away phones and shoes to not so fortunate people. But still, he decided to do all of this on top of that. Why wouldn't he just still keep his streams at being a nice guy, giving away to the less fortunate, and just continue making content without harassing random locals? And he wouldn't have been in jail right now. He wouldn't be banned on Kick, and he wouldn't be facing decades in prison.
Because doing stupid fuck shit is what generates more views. For some reason. I said doing fuck shit is what generates more views than being a positive force.
Sad shit. That's just... Yeah, like the Family Channel Daddy-O5 where the guy realized, oh, the more upset my son gets over my pranks, the more views I'm gonna get. And it's like, dudes, don't exploit your kids for views. That's just a no-no.
People who do that should be spayed and neutered.
Yeah, but thankfully, apparently, they're no longer allowed on YouTube, so thank God.
Yeah, because after Philip DeFranco exposed the shit out of him, they got perma-banned, justifiably.
Yeah. That's just... And that's why I make it very clear whenever I can that me and Lily will not be starting a family channel.
You shouldn't anyway, just because family channels are cringe.
Because very. Just very.
Yeah. Moving on.
Moving on.
It's like, dude, you were almost there. You were on the right path. Watching some of the clips of him actually being positive, it's good content. It's actually not bad at all. But then, right after he gives away some phones, he immediately goes out and starts harassing people. It's like, dude, you're almost there. But for some reason, I guess he had the urge to where he thought that the only way he would gain a viewership is if he harassed strangers or did, like, crazy things. And there might be some truth to that, but the extra bump in viewers is not worth a decade in prison. Because I'm hearing it'll take roughly 1.5 to 3 years just for him to get sentenced. And then most likely the sentence is going to be anywhere from 3 to 10 years, which is insane. Absolutely not worth the attention on Kick. It's kind of crazy to say, but it seems like best case, this guy is going to get out of prison in his 40s. But during that stream that caused this downfall, the Kick mods actually started getting onto him saying, hey, we're going to have to ban you for what's currently going on. And this is how he responded.
Really? My content's too much. Helping people is too much. Oh, thank you guys for the W stream, bro. Oh man, I'm gonna talk to the big boss.
Dude, just because you donated money doesn't give you a free pass to go harass strangers on the street. But apparently the higher-ups on Kick, they were not having it whatsoever.
How come you guys don't tell the big boss what I do? Moderators, Kick moderators, if you're in the chat, how come you don't tell Eddie, how come you don't tell the big boss, other names, Akila and everybody, what I do on Kick? Yo, the Vitaly's changing lives. He's gambling with losses and wins and helping lives. As soon as I do something wild, have you ever, did you say anything to them what I'm actually doing? Exactly, bro.
That's not a get out of jail free card, you fucknut.
And that's just a certified bra moment in itself.
For real. Just
take a big step back and literally fuck your own face.
I can't get over how stupid this guy is. I mean, for God's sake.
It's terminal clout disease. Terminal clout disease.
TCD.
Do what?
I said TCD.
Yeah. TCD mixed
TCD,
with terminal clout. Yeah, I get it. TCD mixed with MCD, main character or MCS, main character syndrome.
Sounds like Madison Russo, Johnny Samori, Jack Doherty, Brent Rivera, Sneeko, Nikocado, Avocado. I could go on for like another hour.
Ice Poseidon, Andrew Tate, Wes Watson.
Okay, somehow Wes Watson slipped by me.
Wes Watson's one of those Andrew Tate knockoffs. I reacted to one of Atosi's videos covering a current legal case that he's wrapped up in on a previous stream. I think it was one of my solo streams.
Yeah. Well, what about the guy who went, bro?
Who went what?
Bro. Like what your video titled, bro.
Oh, that guy, one of those guys who was trying to, one of those fake alpha male. As far as I knew, no, that guy never went beyond. I'm blanking on what his name was, but as far as I know, that guy never went beyond making shitty TikTok ads to sell a get-rich-quick course that nobody fucking bought.
Let's not forget about the human skid mark.
Oh,
Jason or whatever.
Oh, God.
Because, Apparently he wanted to fight Charlie so freaking bad.
I remember watching that. I remember watching Charlie cover that crash out, and that was just hilarious. Because it's like, dude, if you're so butthurt over somebody making jokes about you that you want to physically strike them in any environment, you're a bitch. You're a whole bitch, dog.
Basically, and what I couldn't take seriously was that freaking mic he had duct taped to his chest. And it's like, dude, put a fucking shirt on.
You look like
middle school me.
Right? You look like you're wearing a wire for the cops.
Do you hear what I said?
Could you at least repeat? Could you repeat it?
I said middle school me looking ass.
Hey, don't. Like, hey, dude. I'm all for self-deprecation, but don't sink to that level.
Wait, me?
Yeah.
Okay, noted.
You're above that guy.
But yeah, I really shouldn't dog myself like that because Lily's gonna hit me for it later anyway. But he also talked about how apparently going to the gym instead of getting rich makes you an idiot.
Because there aren't a bunch of wealthy, physically fit, physically active guys in the world.
Right. Wait, you have to repeat that, what?
Because it's not like there's a bunch of very wealthy and also very physically fit guys in the world.
I mean, Charlie's one of them.
I mean, there's an entire industry centered around physical fitness where people make bank off of.
Yeah. I still remember my reaction to when Nikocado Avocado did that reveal and made it, and after spending 2 years making us think he was a fat bastard, apparently he lost like 250 pounds.
Yeah, and had had so many videos, and had a collection of videos just posted, ready for just scheduled over that time period.
I literally hop backwards in my chair, like the guy just saying, "Fuck this shit, I'm out." Yeah.
I love how in that reveal all he tries to play he played it up like, and I fooled you all, and he spent that whole video sounding like a fucking Bond villain.
Basically. And apparently Charlie had nothing but praise for him.
So basically the dude just trolled everybody just spent 2 years trolling everybody.
I don't know if I'm impressed or mortified.
I would say a combination of both.
Because, like I said, apparently Charlie thought it was impressed. Charlie thought it was the ultimate bamboozle.
He isn't wrong.
Charlie thought. He said, "I woke up in an alternate universe."
Yeah, but we're all in Bizarro World now.
Which is funny. Well, that's funny because considering before he lost weight, he looked like a freaking JoJo character.
Yeah, I mean, we are living in Bizarro World if the price of video games is going up, and the price of video game consoles is going up instead of going down after 5 years. What the fuck, Xbox?
Yeah.
What the fuck, Nintendo?
But it's Microsoft and Activision combined, so can't really be surprised by that shit.
Well, and then Nintendo giving everybody the bright idea to jack up the price of games to $80 a pop, which I'm convinced that has to be from Doug Bowser being CEO of being the president of Nintendo of America, because the motherfucker used to work for Electronic Arts.
Yeah, that you pay a lot for less.
You know what? At this point, and I said this about the Switch too, and I'm going to say it about whatever Xbox and PlayStation have moving forward. Between Steam, GOG, itch, emulation, and the overabundance of games I already physically own, my backlog is big enough as it is.
Yeah.
And if I do feel the burning desire to buy a new game at this point, it's going to be an indie game.
Literally. Because those never sell for big bang.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, a lot of them make a lot of decent money, but they don't sell it for like an minimum wage.
They don't retail for an ass. That you don't have to pawn your kidneys off to a Nigerian prince to be able to afford one.
Right. Makes me worry for the PS6.
At this point, I'm pretty much whatever consoles I already own, emulation, and PC. And I'll upgrade to a proper desktop PC. And at this point, I might also look into getting a Steam Deck, because you can record gameplay and edit videos on a Steam Deck, because it has a desktop mode and you can run Windows on it.
I was about to say, isn't that like a Switch?
It's more like a mini PC that's the size of a Switch.
Huh. How much does a Steam Deck go for?
The cheapest one goes for about $400. I think $400.
That's something to think about.
But you have to order it from Steam, specifically from Steam. So that's the one, because they don't sell it in any stores.
I mean, I got the PS5 online anyway, so.
But anyways, we've got 30 seconds left on this video.
Yeah, let's go.
Kick for a reason. W King, W Eddie, W everybody on the team.
Again, dude did a lot of charity on his stream, but that's no excuse for the laundry list of felonies that he live streamed himself doing. The only reason he did all that is because he was streaming on Kick.com. So I'm not surprised Kick banned him. But honestly, that's the least of his problems. It'll definitely be interesting to see what happens and when his first hearing will be. But either way, we'll be covering it, so definitely subscribe if you're new here, and I'll see you in tomorrow's video. Peace.
The public perception of...
Alright, so before we start on this next one, I gotta piss like a Russian racehorse at the Kentucky Derby.
Alright, do what you gotta do.
Before I go, I'm going to put some music on, just so you guys aren't listening to dead air and static.
Make sure it's public domain music.
Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that.
Oh, good. Sound like outro music from one of your videos.
It is. It's music that I've used as an outro for some of my riffings. It's the it's music from Alone in the Dark 2, like in the opening section.
Oh, okay. Explains why it sounded retro.
Alright. So this next one comes from a channel called Finding Sky, and she's got a couple of videos that I've liked. She offers some interesting perspectives. This one's called Wokeness Ruined LGBT. As much as I don't care for using the term wokeness, I just use the I just like to say retarded. She is right. It did ruin the LGBT movement. And this is coming from somebody who falls under the LGBTQIA WXYZ banner, being the A part for asexual. That said, I refuse to identify with the community.
I mean, I used to think I was bi, but then I realized no, I'm not. I was just trying to fit in.
Well,
yeah.
At least
I found that as fellow to have friends.
Well, that is something you should never have to feel. In my opinion, you should never have to feel like you have to say you're a certain thing in order to fit in. But I've always been against the idea of fitting in anyway.
I mean, I went to a very liberal high school, so
that's fair.
But I'm straight, and I don't have an issue with the LGBT. Just don't shove it down my throat.
Well, I fall under that banner. I refuse to identify with the community. And I also think Pride Month is retarded. And Donald Trump was based for getting rid of it.
Wait, he got rid of it?
It no longer shows up in Google's calendars, their digital calendar.
Well, that's a big move.
Which, in my opinion, is based.
Yeah, a lot of people are going to be very unhappy with that.
Yeah, in my opinion, no, I'm just going to let this clip from, The Critic voice my opinion on this.
And nothing of value was lost.
Exactly that.
Yep.
So, let's examine how wokeness killed LGBT.
The public perception of LGBT has become that of a circus, an entertaining freak show to laugh at from afar. It feels like the potential of being perceived as a real human and
I should mention that Finding Sky is a lesbian, so this is coming from somebody within the community.
not a clown is fleeting by the day. When gay marriage was legalized in 2015, this community saw its first wave of real acceptance. But then the they, thems, and zers showed up and extended LGBT to include half the alphabet, and it kinda messed things up for our reputation. Instead of sexuality being one small trivial aspect of our character, people started to make it their entire personality. When I was in high school, a girl called me a faggot and then proceeded to ask why I chose to be gay. But just 4 years later, that same girl changed her Instagram pronouns to she, they, and put bisexual in her bio. You could never convince me that girl is anything more than an empty vessel, mindlessly absorbing whatever opinion is most popular at the time. Once
Based! Do what?
I said, why does that sound familiar?
Yeah.
Oh, right. I fucking did that shit in high school.
Yeah, she isn't exaggerating about the they, thems, and the zers. every community has wackos within it, and it's important that. And I used to be against the very idea of gatekeeping because I thought no, we shouldn't gatekeep. We should let people in. We should be more accepting. And that was like, and now that I'm older, I'm just like, no, fuck everybody. I'll happily stay out of the community if it means I don't have to associate with retards and psychopaths.
Okay, I'll talk about the population in high school.
And that includes people who use the LGBT banner as a shield for some of their let's just say attractions to the young. That's not a veil that I would hide behind.
Right.
That's not a veil that I would happily cast to protect that group of people. In my opinion, those people are despicable and should be ostracized from society.
I was gonna say castrated with dirty head clippers, but okay.
That too. In my opinion, people who are attracted to minors in that way, death is too merciful. Put them in lockup in quote unquote protective custody because it's not really that protective, and people who are attracted to minors who end up in prison, once the inmates inside find out, even if you're in protective custody, they will make every second of your life in prison a living hell. And in my opinion,
and there's nothing wrong with that.
In my opinion, based prisoners, absolutely based inmates.
Yeah, like that one guy who got a molester as a cellmate, and the guy kept trying to justify what he did, so the guy just snapped and killed him with a shoelace.
And nothing of value was lost.
He said he was already serving. He basically his reasoning was basically, "Fuck it, I'm serving a life sentence anyway."
Yeah. Oh, I remember seeing that video.
Like, I think it was something Sanders, and the guy gave no fucks whatsoever.
Yeah. And to go back to what Finding Sky said about these people who make their sexual orientation their entire personality. Who you're attracted to and who you bone down with at the end of the day is not a personality trait. That's a matter of personal preference. And if you make it's like when you make your faith your entire personality, or when you make your political ideology your entire personality, which I know a thing about that because I used to be that guy. It's not unique, it's not special, it's fucking cringe.
It's not a flex.
It's just cringe. And nobody wants to hear about it. Most people are very live and let live types. Until you become an insufferable asshole about the way you choose to live.
Right. I mean, I stopped going to that church in Riverton because, well, I took Lily there one time while she was still pregnant with Bella, and as soon as my word got out that I wasn't the biological father, they started whispering, and it's like, all right, fuck you all, I'm out.
It's one of the reasons I don't really go to church anymore outside of like Christmas Eve service. There's too many snakes. Too many snakes in the grass.
Yeah, like that Rick Morrow motherfucker.
Yeah, there's a lot of people who go to church just to feel some sense of superiority, and I don't vibe with that.
No.
I can't vibe with that.
I can't either.
Moving on.
Yeah, let's go.
It's the fact that there are only 2 genders becomes mainstream again. She'll delete the pronouns and put God is love in her bio instead because...
It's funny that she says that because one of Trump's measures was making it so that one of Trump's most recent measures is making it that the federal government recognizes only 2 genders, male and female.
Based.
Very based.
Being a trad wife is trending. It's obvious to me that LGBT has become some sort of social contagion. I don't believe for a second that girl ever actually believed she was bisexual. I think some of her friends claimed to be queer and she didn't want to feel left out. This process likely repeated itself with every new person that got added to their friend group. Either be gay like the rest of us, or at the very least conform to all of our ideologies. Failure to comply meant exclusion from the group, and as social creatures, exclusion is our biggest fear. Knowing that makes it really easy to see how groupthink develops into millions of people all believing the same lie. Somehow...
And this is one of the main reasons I refuse to identify with any particular group. Because of groupthink. Groupthink is just weaponized simping. Or not simping, it's just weaponized retardation.
You did not just say weaponized simping.
It's a hive mind mentality, and I detest the hive mind mentality. Think for yourself or keep your fucking mouth shut.
Sounds about right.
You know, I'm very much an individualist. And people who... and the sad thing is, a lot of people just don't want to be the odd man out. Well, I'd rather be the odd man out than somebody who just lets their here I go. Here I'm going on a fucking tangent. I'd rather just be the odd man out. I'd rather form my own opinion about certain things and certain subjects than just go along with the crowd. And I'll give you a good example of this. A few months ago, this thing happened. There was a bunch of people spurging out on Twitter over a tweet that Razorfist posted about how... So, lately, the mainstream of the gaming industry, a lot of it has been like, well, you're either stuck with choosing woke slop like Assassin's Creed Shadows, or you have to play games that are backed by, like, the Chinese government, don't have anything going for them other than they're just gooner bait with a price tag. And Razorfist said, you know, gamers don't... And Razorfist posted a tweet that basically said, gamers deserve more options. The entirety of Twitter took that to mean Razorfist is for censoring video games. Which he did not say in his fucking tweet. He was arguing in favor of gamers having more options. You know, like we used to have...
Before all these big corporate companies took over the gaming thing.
Like we used to have with mainstream gaming, when it wasn't just the indies that you could go to, that you had to go to get new ideas or clever spins on old ideas. You know, back during, like, at the latest, the PS2 era, when game companies actually innovated and experimented and made banger after banger. And then somebody dug up a Kiwi Farms article that was written about Razorfist. And keep in mind, Kiwi Farms is a shitposting site that the main page of which states that you should not take any of the shit you read off of it at face value. Somebody dug up his Kiwi Farms page, which makes the claim, a false claim I'm going to add right now, put a big fat bold false on that, claimed that he groomed and molested a 15-year-old girl, which he did not do. And a bunch of retards took, including a certain YouTuber by the name of, a YouTube channel by the name of Kino Casino took that and ran with it. And then a quote-unquote gaming journalist on this channel, Smash JT, took that and ran with it. Or reacted to Kino Casino's video on it. And because Razorfist is so averse to e-drama, he stayed quiet about it for a couple of months until very recently when he posted the receipts on Twitter that no, he did not groom a 15-year-old and he did not molest her because Razorfist is saving himself for marriage. But the entirety of YouTube, like every drama farming dickwad on YouTube took that Kiwi Farms page and was like, Razorfist is a groomer.
The one time Christian values save someone's life.
I'm only going to say this one time. If you take anything you read off of Kiwi Farms as factual, log the fuck off forever.
Damn.
Period. Just log off the planet. And I was one of the only people who was staying silent about these quote-unquote accusations against him because I figured when the time is right, he'll post the receipts. I took the wait-and-see approach, and,
Lo and fucking behold.
Let me, make sure I have enough room to do this. Fuck you, I was right! Fuck you, I was right! Fuck you, I was right! Fuck you, I was right!
Certified classic. Again.
I knew it was a stupid idea to take those claims at face value. And if Razor does end up posting that he posted the video in which he displays the receipts to his Twitter. If he ends up posting it to his YouTube, I will feature it on our next on whichever stream we can. Now I'm out of breath from doing that. That's what she said.
Yeah, I know. Oh God. Oh, so many jokes I can make, but I'm not going to.
Yeah, the moral of the story is groupthink is stupid. Don't engage in it.
Yeah, because you're just going to make yourself look stupid and retarded.
Stupid and retarded. Because those are two totally different things. You get to choose which one you are.
You're retarded, and I hate you. Oh, man. Jake Barr. When he was talking about, like, a certain nail style, because we need to bully this shit. Because, in all fairness, he was saying that shit to stand up for a girl who cried on TikTok about being bullied, and he stuck up for her, saying, "You want to start dropping some names? Well, we don't." He basically said he wasn't above bullying a 5th grader.
All right. Let's move on.
Yeah, let's just move on. But Jake Barr is based.
He is.
How the alphabet soup community got wrapped up in politics, and it's never been the same since. It's impossible to escape the instantaneous judgments made about me when my sexuality is recognized. There's an immediate perception that I'm illogical, easily offended, and looking for a reason to call you a homophobe. We're no longer seeing people as individuals with unique ideas and varying opinions, but instead putting them into a box based on their assumed political beliefs. If you're a gay vegan, you're immediately labeled as woke. Which is hilariously true a lot of the time, but can we stop pretending like every person is a carbon copy of the next one? There's unlimited variation in the human condition, and not everyone can be shoved into the same cardboard box. When you fail to see someone as a human being rather than a political idea, it's immediately dehumanizing and leaves us unable to connect. In 2019, my senior year of high school, my photo didn't get put in the yearbook because I refused to wear a woman's drape. Let me add context. There were two tops that the graduating class could wear. A V-neck drape with a pearl necklace for the girls, and a tux with a tie for the boys. You know damn well you're not about to catch me clutching some girly-ass pearls. So I went to the principal's office and respectfully asked for permission to wear the tux for my photos. He laughed at me and said, absolutely not. In 2019, I shrugged it off, but in 2024, that's a lawsuit. That's how much things can change in just 5 years. Now that same school openly allows boys to have long hair and wear skirts, something that one of the guys I went to school with was removed from class and suspended for. When the social pressure was applied, they folded like lawn chairs. None of them did it because they wanted to. They did it because they felt like they had to. Now they're being publicly praised for being an accepting and non-discriminatory school, but I know the truth. This story...
Sorry to cut away from the conversation, but that is a fire drawing of Two-Face right there.
Indeed.
She's really good with a Sharpie.
I got nothing but respect for this girl, gotta say.
Yeah, number one, she's completely based.
She's smart.
Number two, anybody who can draw that well using a Sharpie instantly earns my respect, because that's
not easy to draw with a Sharpie.
You're putting faith in yourself as an artist that I absolutely do not have.
Based.
I mean, I do have an immense respect for Sharpie artists. I even have you've probably seen it in the backgrounds of some of my riff videos, which I need to do another one of. I have a piece of Sharpie artwork hanging from my wall next to the Link artwork, and it's Sean Patrick Flannery and Norman Reedus as Boondock Saints, drawn completely in Sharpie.
Nice. I actually have an idea for your next riff.
Well, I know what I'm going to do for my next riff, but I can write it down and keep it on the back burner.
Well, I was going to say, maybe it's time I join in on one of your riffs.
Okay.
Because I had the idea where we could start it, like, where you're reacting to something and you call me and you say, hang on, I'm gonna send it to you, and then I pretend to look at my phone and start laughing at it and technical difficulties.
We can try that. I was thinking about doing a thing where I do a playthrough. Once I finish the playthrough, I will then take a week off from gaming to do like a riff and a movie review, and then I'll start working on my next playthrough afterwards.
Right.
And I already have an idea for what my next riffing is going to be. I found some vintage commercials for Zelda: A Link to the Past. That one of them.
Are you talking about the musical?
Yeah, the one where it's like a coordinated dance number.
Dude, we've watched that on screen share before, I think.
Yeah, not on stream. It was just one of our calls, but
still based.
It's a very riff-worthy video.
Some call it nightmare fuel. I call it fucking awesome.
But anyways.
It's like the Operator Kane in Black Ops 6 Zombies when you almost die and your health regenerates. My life flashed before my eyes. Fucking epic. Oh, Lord.
Alright.
Story has a very important message. People will conform even if it doesn't align with their personal beliefs, if it means acceptance. You might think you're successfully spreading your ideas when you see companies putting up pride flags and schools changing their rules to conform to new gender ideas, but none of it is genuine. You haven't successfully changed their beliefs about anything, you've merely given them incentive to lie. People will both literally and figuratively put on a mask in order to blend in and avoid confrontation.
That's why I hate Pride Month, because of how disingenuous it is, and that's also why I'm not a fan of Autism Awareness Month. Because, let's be real, a lot of y'all who engage in Autism Awareness Month don't give a shit. You just want to
They really don't.
You just want to look like you care so you can score points with your friends on Facebook.
That's literally all it fucking is.
Same with Pride Month. None of the companies, none of these big corporations give a shit about the LGBT community. They're just trying to sell you shit.
Literally.
It's just a more drawn out and twice as autistic Black Friday.
Oh god, I love that analysis. Or what's the word that means that basically what's the other word mean, comparison?
Something like that.
Yeah.
Did you see that the Korean who assaulted Johnny Somali got slapped with a fine and Donut Operator paid the dude's fine?
Now imagine if he actually killed Johnny Somali.
Well, then he'd be facing more than just a fine. But
I'm just saying, nothing value to be lost.
Damn, Atozy just dropped another update in the Vitality case. That's gonna have to wait for the next stream.
He must have saw us streaming. Dude, imagine that really was the case.
I would shit my pants if that actually happened.
Yeah, Atozy's officially a bro for life.
Moving on.
Millions of people have disagreed with woke culture this entire time, but you didn't know it because they made it impossible for them to voice their honest opinion without the threat of being ostracized or deplatformed. But behind closed doors, in the privacy of the voting booths, the truth is revealed. You can't force people to believe in something they don't want to believe in, and trying to only incentivizes them to play pretend. You're surrounded by wolves in sheep's clothing, and you did it to yourself by weaponizing cancel culture. This past election should have shown you that people will nod their head in agreement and then turn their back on you the second you look away. You can't blame them for their dishonesty when you failed to give them any other choice. Nobody wants to be labeled as a homophobic racist or lose their job for being politically incorrect. If you wanted honesty, then you should have given them the opportunity to speak it without the threat of public humiliation. Wokeness ruined LGBT the day it became so focused on minorities that it forgot about the masses.
This ain't chatter, this quiche.
Honestly, she said nothing wrong here at the end.
I do gotta say something about that outro music.
Yeah?
I hope that was public domain.
Let's go down to her description box to... Well, there's no music tags, so we should be okay. I'm still gonna...
Thank God. I do not want to deal with that. I do not want to repeat a filthy throwing situation.
Yeah, no. But let's move on from this to an Atozi video that has been sitting in my Watch Later folder for the past several weeks, if not a month. This one...
This Twitch streamer went homeless.
This Pokimane simp went homeless donating everything. My dude, are you dumb, stupid, or retarded?
Or all the above somehow. I have no words for... I'm sorry, I have zero sympathy for people who ruin their lives like that.
My guy, she already has a boyfriend. Just like all your favorite female live streamers, whether they be Twitch streamers, gaming streamers, IRL streamers, VTuber live streamers, they all have a boyfriend. So you're wasting money and embarrassing yourself by doing that. Anyways.
This Twitch streamer went homeless donating everything to who he thought was Pokimane. Then he was hospitalized all because he genuinely thought he was going to marry Pokimane. I mean, the level of internet delusion has hit an all-time high, and this guy is just yet another example. I can't tell if this situation is just depressing, scary, or laughably stupid, but meet the Twitch streamer Shelbo, or as he'll now be known, the guy who convinced himself that he was going to marry Pokimane. This is almost as bad as the lady who was catfished by AI Brad Pitt, but at least this guy didn't divorce someone and spend nearly $1 million to be with Pokimane.
That's exactly what I was thinking about, was the chick who thought she was communicating with Brad Pitt.
Bro, what the hell happened? I was out of call for a second.
I'm going to just let the first 30 seconds of this video play out again so you can catch up, Kaysen, because this is a clusterfuck of what the fuck.
This Twitch streamer went homeless.
My life, I already know.
Do what?
I said, no need to describe my life. You already know.
This Twitch streamer went homeless donating everything to who he thought was Pokimane. Then he was hospitalized all because he genuinely thought he was going to marry Pokimane. I mean, the level of internet delusion has hit an all-time high, and this guy is just yet another example. I can't tell if this situation is just depressing, scary, or laughably stupid, but meet the Twitch streamer Shelbo, or as he'll now be known, the guy who convinced himself that he was going to marry Pokimane. This is almost as bad as the lady who was catfished by AI Brad Pitt, but at least this guy didn't divorce someone and spend nearly $1 million to be with Pokimane.
Doesn't really make it any better now, does it?
The chick who got catfished by a fake Brad Pitt, that was the first thing I thought about when... As soon as Atozi rolled out he thought he was giving money to Pokimane. How?
Like Jim, it's like Tommy Lee Jones. It's like Tommy Lee Jones with Jim Carrey. I can't sanction this fucking buffoonery. Like, god damn. Fuck's sake.
Still, though, you can't really say things exactly went his way.
Me and Pokimane has been dating for 4 months now. Today is our 4-month anniversary. Guys, she is not single. She is taken. I know she likes to keep up her image saying that she's single and everything, but I am in a relationship with her. We're going to be meeting up soon, and we're engaged, guys. We're engaged. That's why we definitely have to discuss things. We'll be getting married soon, very soon, and we will definitely stream it and let you guys know when it's happening and everything.
Someone needs to get their delusional uncle off live. Bro had...
My guy. and I said this a few minutes ago, and I'm going to say it again. Every female live streamer that you guys simp over, they all have a boyfriend.
Hard to believe, I know.
Yeah, they all have a boyfriend, and they thrive off the fact that they have an army of simps at their fingertips.
Yeah, because it's easy money.
But y'all are too fucking boner brained to see that.
He said boner. The kid in me came out with that one. That was hilarious.
Delusions equipped, and he went ahead and pack-a-punched that. The dude has the new
Hey,
expansion pack of being delusional, because let's be real, this shouldn't happen.
There you go, Jason, a nice zombies reference.
Delusional Uncle Off Live. Bro had delusions equipped, and he went...
Oh, I see.
Someone needs to get their delusional uncle off live. Bro had delusions equipped, and he went ahead and pack-a-punched that. The dude has the new expansion pack of being delusional, because let's be real, this shouldn't happen. It's creepy and sad, and you would think it's a good parody or meme, right? But from everything that I've seen, this seems to be real, and it's alarming, to put it lightly. Also, how did he go from, we've been dating for 4 months, to, we're engaged, guys? What? Are you talking to AI Pokimane? I am worried stories like this are just going to get more and more uncommon. Has the movie Her become a reality for some individuals already? But Shelbo here, he started losing...
Most definitely. What? He was asking if the movie Her has actually become reality, which is funny because Her was a movie about a guy falling in love with with Siri.
You're kidding, right?
He wanted to fuck Siri.
Okay, Raj from Big Bang Theory. Because there's literally an episode where Raj falls in love with Siri on his phone, on his iPhone. At the end, he has a dream where he meets the human Siri, but due to being unable to talk to him in real life, when he dreams about human Siri, he can't talk in his dreams either.
That's just sad.
The movie, the episode literally ends with him waking up going, no! That's depressing.
It really is.
Movie Her become a reality for some individuals already? But Shelbo here, he started losing money pretty quickly after him and Pokimane's engagement, as he claims that he had to fly to California at the last minute to find Pokimane.
A few weeks ago, when I came to California, based in Houston, Texas, I flew here with $439 for a plane ticket because it was kind of short notice. I came here looking for a man. Not like that, not trying to stalk or anything.
Do what?
I said, which brand Shaq looking ass? Oh, these fucking bugs.
We do know each other, and she went to the Grammys without me because they told her that she couldn't have a +1. So I'm sitting here, don't know where she lives, which is probably for the best. She don't want anybody to know that, including me, which is okay. I don't mind, but I'm going to bring her over to where I am.
Super sane and normal thing to do from someone who's never met the woman or actually talked to her. But let's see where this goes. Clearly, a massive downside of being a popular female streamer is having absolute weirdo stalkers thrown at you. It wasn't even that long ago we covered some other female streamer who had a stalker show up to her home and burn her car down, which also caught fire to her house. I mean, that in itself was an absolute nightmare, but thankfully, this guy isn't as bad. But still, I'm not a stalker, but I flew to California and I don't have her address. I'm sorry, what? Look, okay, people who catfish are obviously sick people, but I truly don't understand why you would fly out to California, spend that much money on a last-minute plane ticket, and not know someone's address. Also,
yeah, shouldn't you have asked for that before you put money down for the plane ticket, you dumbass?
You went full retard. Never go full retard. It never ends well.
You don't buy that? Just ask Sean Penn. 2001 I Am Sam. Remember when full retard went home empty-handed?
Oh, hang on, dude.
Like, the fact that she doesn't give you her address or offer to pick you up from the airport, that should be a red flag. Like, the size of the Washington Monument. It's actually disturbing how elaborate and how easy it's getting to catfish people. And the sad part is tech bros in Silicon Valley will tell you it's worth that it's, well, they won't even tell you it's worth it because that's a possibility they don't even consider. Because they're so preoccupied with whether or not they can do a thing, they never stop to think if they should do a thing. I'm just thinking of that line from Jurassic Park after John Hammond, when Malcolm's going on that tirade about the danger of the way Hammond is using genetic power to recreate dinosaurs, and Hammond's like, well, I think you're completely missing. Our scientists are doing something nobody's ever done before. And Malcolm goes, yeah, but your scientists were so preoccupied with whether or not they could, they didn't stop to think if they should. Alright, I know he just said, wait a minute, but I can only sit here and talk to myself for so long.
I'm back. Sorry.
Okay, you're fine.
On the phone with my dad.
I was just saying how it's becoming disturbingly easy to manipulate and catfish people through AI, but Silicon Valley tech bros never contemplated that because they were too busy focusing on whether or not they could create the kind of AI technology that's being used to catfish people. That the thought of it being used to catfish people probably never entered their minds.
Well, it happened anyway.
Because, like, Silicon Valley, well, tech bros have this weird tunnel vision where if they can't conceive of it happening, they just never think about it. Where they just don't think about the possibilities of their stuff their tech being used for evil. They just think, hey, we can make this and make a shitload of money off of it. I mean, AI has its uses, and creating AI deepfakes has its novelty, but in my opinion, the risks of them being used for evil outweigh the pros. The cons outweigh the pros.
Yeah, because the only good thing about deepfakes I've seen was when they use it on like actors and shit to like say, what if this actor never got recast?
Yeah, like the novelty of like using AI face swaps to create whole new like there's a video of the opening scene from Terminator 2 where they replace Arnold's face with Stallone's face, and it's like, okay, that's a nice little novelty. Or
basically,
or like when somebody will take footage from the Marvel movies, and they'll replace Robert Downey Jr. with Tom Cruise, and it's like there's a fun novelty to that, especially considering Tom Cruise was at one point Marvel's top pick to play Tony Stark until Jon Favreau very vehemently fought to get Robert Downey Jr. in that role.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, you were about to say something?
No. I had a thought and then it just went into the back rooms.
Fair enough. Let's keep going.
Yeah,
I'm cracking that he's like slightly salty that she didn't bring him along to the Grammys with her. He said it was okay in the video, but you could tell that he wasn't too happy about not being able to tag along to the Grammys.
Alright guys, so I am in California currently. I wasn't able to make the Grammys. That's okay. I had a bit of bigger fish to fry anyway. So let's see how things go.
Flying to California without her address, thinking that you would go to the Grammys with Pokimane. Things just can't get worse for this guy.
I ended up homeless for about 12 days. No money, no shelter, no anything. I'm sitting in and out of hospitals, trying to make sure I have somewhere to sleep at night. I ultimately end up at MLK Hospital, which is where they took me in. And I stayed there for a few weeks until they found this place for me that I'm at now. Now this is a transitional housing. I gotta get me a Californian ID. Still got my Texas ID on me.
Hold up. He's dating Pokimane for 4 months, flies to California to see her without having her address, and then officially has nowhere to go. So he ends up homeless and hospitalized. And now he's filming this video from transitional housing, and he's still claiming that they're engaged? Okay, look, at some point, you kind of have to realize and accept that your relationship is an absolute dumpster fire. At best, if she leaves you in a transitional housing, she might not be the one. Also, he said he needs to switch his license over, so is he just planning on staying in California? And he's just gonna wait around until he marries Pokimane?
But here's the main story I'm here to tell. How me and Iman Inez met. On October 26th, 2025 is when she officially started talking to me.
That hasn't happened yet.
I asked her to marry me on social media on Twitter, and she DMs me on her Pokimane on her alt account, and she starts talking to me. I can't believe it. After all these months, after all these years that I've been talking to her, DMing her, nothing. And finally she responds to me. Now here's the funny part about it.
Dude, begging a random internet celebrity that you don't know to marry you is definitely how you get her. Especially if you combine it with flying out to her city and going homeless to meet her. Holy shit. This story is just so bizarre. Also, while researching this story, I found out that Pokimane claims that she spends 5 figures every single month just to prevent people from doxing her and posting deepfakes. And now I see why. Because you don't want people like this obsessively trying to find out where they live and show up to her house. That's horrifying. But why would Pokimane allegedly respond to this guy?
Now here's the funny part about it.
Because he's retarded.
I mean, not a word I like to use, but in this case, I'll let it slide.
The fact that you...
I use that word at least 5 or 6 times a day.
It just baffles me so much that there exist people who would actually still fall for such an obvious scam.
This is so stupid I can't quantify it.
Exactly. That's.
I got no words for this shit.
You have to be. You know what? Joe Biden said it best.
You're a stupid son of a bitch.
You're a dumb son of a bitch.
What a stupid son of a bitch. Exactly. This one time, Joe Biden was right about something.
Just bruh.
What a stupid son of a bitch.
She asked me for $70.
Right. Come on, dude. How do we fall for this? This is like the lowest tier scam as well. Dude is literally getting scammed by a level 1 crook.
I'm thinking to myself, okay, wait a minute. If this is Pokimane, why is she asking me for $70? I block her. And I thought about it. I said, okay, wait a minute. Maybe this is her, so let me unblock her. She asked me for $70.
You should have stuck with your initial instinct and upheld the fucking block.
We are. It's like you said in your failure to launch video. We are fucked as a human race.
We are. We really, really are.
I gave it to her. I've been giving her money ever since. And you might be wondering, wait a minute, why are you giving her money? Well, here's the reason. I love her. And I don't care if she has money or not. I would treat her like a natural woman.
If she has money, she's not going to be asking you for money, you fucktard!
Okay, Chris is really spurting out now.
Yeah, you want to know why? Because I literally watched somebody drive themselves into debt and an eviction doing this. Except it wasn't for a live streamer. It was for a random bitch he met over Facebook, who was probably just some sweaty 400-pound Indian who, if you called his call center, probably would expect you to believe his name is Kevin. Or maybe he was sending all of his money to one of Andrew Tate's cam girls. I don't know, but I have literally seen this happen in real time. So to hear it still going on, and to see people are still stupid enough to fall for it, literally pisses me off.
You okay? Was that you?
Yes, it was me.
Well, glad it wasn't about me.
No, I wasn't talking about you. A former roommate of mine. Don't ask questions. It's a whole fucking shit show that I do not want to get into.
I might have an idea, but I'm just gonna go with you and say, nope, I don't care.
Yeah, so stories like this genuinely piss me right the fuck off.
I mean, valid.
Respect her and treat her with love and dignity, no matter what she has, no matter what she does. I love her so much. And in fact, that's why we're getting married. I gave her $1,500.
Dude, should have listened to the original instinct here. I blocked her because why would Pokemon need that money? Good point. Then I unblocked her and sent her thousands because I love her. Hello? Come on! You were almost there! But Shelbo, he went on to talk about how he received a secret link from a Pokemon account, and of course he clicked on that link and went to it because he loves her, and then proceeded to send this account another $4,000. Then, obviously, he's not rich. If he's in transitional housing, he apparently uses what he has to make do, and he said he's currently not working, he's also on Social Security, and he has food stamps, and obviously now homeless. Why is he sending money to Pokemon? Or he thinks he's sending money to Pokemon, but it's an AI fake Pokemon, which is why the story is basically as bad as the fake AI Brad Pitt leak. But with that story, this woman divorced her husband and used the over $800,000 settlement to send a fake AI Brad Pitt money. This guy, he got tricked out of a house and home, literally. Completely different dollar amounts. Both should have never happened. But Shelbo claims that he talked to Pokemon on the phone at some point, so I wouldn't be surprised if the scammers used AI for that. The social media page they originally DM'd him apparently looked similar to Pokemon's, but this wouldn't be the first time that a fake social media account added numbers to make the page look original. Because, I mean, especially if this happened on Twitter, all they had to do was buy a verification badge and bought, like, 20, 30,000 followers and say it's an alt account, and then suddenly it looks somewhat believable for someone who has no idea what they're doing. So in this guy's defense, being catfished is sadly common. But come on, at least use the airplane mask rule. Supply yourself with oxygen first, so you can then help others. If you're going to send a streamer money, make sure you at least don't go homeless doing so. And in this case, he didn't even send a streamer money. That probably went straight to some Indian call center.
What did I just fucking say? What did I literally just say?
Well, shit happens, dude. That's just, I got no words for this bullshit anymore.
Who's it's probably some sweaty 400-pound fucking John Goodman in death sentence looking ass motherfucker. Or John Goodman in 10 Cloverfield Lane looking ass motherfucker. With a name so unnecessarily long it could literally be used as a belt.
I was gonna say like that one South Park with the fat guy at the computer.
Literally,
Once again, I'm thankful this rage isn't towards me.
Yeah, I want to reach through the screen and smack the retard out of this guy's head so badly, and it makes me angry that I can't. And I'm gonna add this. If you are watching this and you are one of these catfishing scam type people, if you do this kind of shit, just log off. Just log off from humanity. And when I say log off from humanity, there's a certain thing I'd like to say, but I don't want to in case doing so gets the stream flagged, as if my incessant use of the F word and words like retard don't already get it flagged.
He's basically saying take a lot off of a short clip.
Go play in traffic.
Yeah, go play in traffic, blindfolded.
Yeah.
Like Clifford Wallach, wherever that guy's name was. Clifford the Big Red Pervert, I call him.
Oh.
Huh?
Just vacate existence.
Because we have no, actually I wouldn't say little to none. We literally have none sympathy for you.
Yeah, there is a special place in hell for people who scam for scammers in general.
Yeah. If only we all had a Jason Statham in our lives.
Yeah. Dude, I am so happy that Beekeeper's getting a sequel.
Yeah. I was trying to think what I was gonna say. Fuck. All I remember is thinking, let's see, take a long walk off a short cliff. Oh yeah, I was gonna say that saying that we have little to no sympathy and saying that implies we had at least a little bit of sympathy, which we fucking don't.
No, I don't. Ooh. Oh, and we got 8 more minutes of this shit. We're only halfway through the video.
This is weaponized retardation if I've ever seen it.
Well, in my case, it's weaponized tard rage.
Hey, I'm the tard here. Don't steal my position.
Moving on.
And in return, I was able to speak with her and talk with her. That's not the reason she did it, though, but I wanted to give her $1,500. I later on gave her $4,000 just cause. You might say, are you rich or something? Absolutely not. But I used what I had. But I'm gonna tell you something now, guys. I'm currently not working right now. I'm just working off of Social Security right now, which is understandable. I'm getting food stamps. And again, you might be wondering, okay, why aren't you relying on her to help you out? I don't want to do that. That's just how I am.
Buddy, you couldn't if you wanted to. Bro's literally giving a scammer more money than he keeps for himself. This is just painful at this point.
I don't want to rely on her to do anything. In fact,
you can't anyway, because she doesn't even know you fucking exist!
Okay, Sam Kinison. No, you sounded like Sam Kinison raging about the desert when you said that.
Hey, you know what? I'll take that. You know, maybe you wouldn't be starving if you actually went to where the food is! You live in a desert! Look, it's sand! In 100 years, you know what it's gonna be? It's gonna be sand!
Oh, God. That meant we lost family way too soon. Just imagine the comedy he would have today. All the material.
Oh my lord. Oh my god. He would get canceled so hard and he'd love every second of it. He would just turn it into comedy. He would just make more and more bits out of it just to piss people off.
Like Ellen tried and failed.
Yeah, except Ellen's a hack.
I have other words for her. One of them starts with F and ends with Y. Floozy. Fine, I say it. Floozy. Wait, the F-A-G word? Fuck you, liberals.
I mean, that doesn't end with a Y, but okay.
Now, well, I'm pretty sure, if anyone was watching, I'm pretty sure when I said start with F, it set off some alarms and somebody said somewhere.
Probably.
But I don't really care for that word, so y'all got lucky.
Fair enough.
I want to pay for her, but you know what? I don't mind her helping me every now and then. She is a beautiful, beautiful woman that I love very much, and the fact that people are calling me crazy to say that I'm dating her, I don't blame them for saying it. Look, I know this is Pokemon we're talking about. And look, me, yeah, we're dating. You guys gonna have to accept that.
Please say this is an elaborate troll.
She wanted to come to my birthday party. This girl asked me to buy her a $900 plane ticket. And here's the thing, it's not that I couldn't do it. I could do it. Well, I don't have to worry about that anymore since I'm in California now. We're kind of sort of close to each other now. Moving forward, we love each other very much. We tell each other that all the time. Like I said, today's our 4-month anniversary.
So he's given her like $4,000 in 4 months, when clearly some of that capital should have been deployed on some nail clippers.
But I did want to decide to stream today, just to look.
And a razor.
I tells you, went straight for the juggler with that one.
Yeah.
Please get this guy castrated. Then we can say we're going for the testicular.
Because we have enough stupid assholes wandering around on this planet, we don't need any more of them.
You said it, not me.
Exactly.
A little bit just to tell you guys about this. And thank you guys for listening to me. You know, it gave me a chance to tell you guys my story a bit. And basically, me and mine are getting married.
Bless his heart. I feel bad for everyone who has to deal with harassment like this, because this is harassment. Even though he's a moron, this is still harassment. Because I can only imagine how many types of people like this that these streamers have to deal with that aren't exposing themselves online like this dude. But Chubbo, apparently he's still in California, apparently getting married to AI Pokimane, and I guess he's just gonna continue living a real life version of the movie Her. Okay, wait, hold up. Hold up. Okay, I was gonna end the video here until I found his YouTube channel and his website and his blog. And it's safe to say
this guy has a YouTube channel?
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Over turning into George Sr. and young Sheldon when they found out his son got a girl pregnant. Oh no. Oh no. Oh wait, Fred's never watched that show. Can't blame him.
I may have to roast this clown at some point.
Do it. No balls. No, I'm just kidding. You clearly have balls. We've established that a long time ago.
Okay, here's the thing.
Huh?
Okay, here's the thing. I've already decided the next riff is going to be those goofy Zelda Link to the Past commercials. But then the riff we're going to do after that, dude, we are so tearing this guy apart.
Let's do it.
The rabbit hole.
Remember that guy I told you was talking about? And I said, yeah, check your messages.
Oh, definitely.
I read the message, put the prop phone down, and basically do what you did in the persistent pecker problem video where I walk in the door, I go to my door, look back, shake my head, close it, and start.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm stealing that bit from Chris as if I haven't stolen enough from him.
Hey, my shit's public domain, so...
Hey, I credit you every time, don't I?
You do, yes.
And if I forget, well, I apologize.
Alright. Let's see if I can make it through the next 5 minutes without having an aneurysm.
Yeah, I'll be right back.
That's alright, I gotta use the John again.
Yeah, you can keep it going.
Let me just get some music going first. Let's not do Alone in the Dark music again. Here we go. Alright, I'm back. Well, that's what happens when you drink a shit ton of water. You end up having to piss like a Russian racehorse at the Kentucky Derby. Yes. You still there, Kaysen? So how's you guys' night going? Oh. In case you guys haven't seen the recent community post, I just finished the Fire Temple. I just finished the Ice Cavern. I'm about to start the Water Temple. So the Fire Temple video will be up tomorrow morning. First thing tomorrow morning. Oh. Then, if everything goes right, hopefully I will have this playthrough series wrapped up by next week at the earliest. If everything goes right. If not next week, then, like, I should have, like, the Water Temple video up Monday, the Shadow Temple video up. Wednesday, the Spirit Temple video up Friday, and then I could probably get... Oh, yeah, it won't be done by next week then. I can get the... Assuming I don't get really lazy again. Assuming I don't get lazy again, I can get Ganon's Castle. I can get the last video up on Ganon's Castle up by at least the 11th or the 12th of this month at the latest.
I am back.
Alright. I was just filling the dead air by letting everyone know my plans for wrapping up the Ocarina of Time playthrough going forward. Assuming everything goes smoothly and I don't end up getting lazy again.
Yeah. Like I said, when I get back on SSI and I can get a laptop, I'm going to when I can get a laptop, I'm gonna have you guide me to some of these good emulators.
Okay then.
You know, because what was the 64 emulator you were using when I talked to you about the other day?
The emulator I'm using for N64 games is called Simple 64.
Yeah. What do you use for PS1 games?
The one I use for PS1 games is called Duck Station.
Duck Station. I think that's on mobile.
It should be on mobile.
Yeah, but emulators and ROMs like that take up a lot of space on a phone. I mean, it's not a lot of space when it's a Game Boy emulator, which I currently have on my phone.
Yeah, but PS1 and especially PS2 games can take up quite a bit of space.
Yeah. Plus, that emulator is how I educated Grayson on what I was playing on mobile devices back in the day.
Huh.
I didn't say anything sus or inappropriate, did I?
No.
Not in like 5 minutes?
No.
Okay, because you said, well, okay then. And I was like, oh god, what did I say?
Nothing worrying.
Okay, because I was about to say, if that's your response to me asking for an emulator suggestion, then, well, okay. I'm worried how you're going to react when I ask you to be my best man.
Moving on.
Yep.
Channel and his website and his blog. And it's safe to say the rabbit hole continues quite a bit.
Ever since I moved out here to California, I've been homeless myself. And, you know what, I guess I said, you know what, I want to experience it. How is it to be homeless? And you know what, guys? It's not good at all.
Who could have seen that one coming? So then he also posted this video titled, "What's it like dating Pokimane?"
We're going to move a bit forward to when we started dating. Officially started dating. Now, we've been talking on Twitter. You guys may not have noticed that. When she would say certain things on Twitter, like give me a hug. I love you guys. She was really saying it to me. She was speaking to me directly through her audience.
Right, okay.
We have been having lots of discussions in the bedroom. Lots of discussions in the bedroom. Does that make her anything less of a woman? Absolutely not. It makes her more of a woman, and I love her for it.
Dude is getting freaky with an AI Pokimane chatbot. And he is definitely not dropping this whole chase for Pokimane, because he's now celebrating dating her for 4 months, alone.
Iman Anez, I'd like to wish you a happy 4-month anniversary. There's been a lot of ups and a lot of downs, a lot of twists and a lot of turns, but through it all, we've been able to stay together no matter what's been going on. And despite everyone saying different things about us, despite people calling me delusional,
which you are,
despite everything that's been going on, we will stay together. Our love is stronger than anything in any situation.
So when does this stop? I mean, it is getting past the point where it's creepy. But he also has a blog, where he talks about exploring the best of California. So it goes, on February 17, 2024, I took a journey to California for the Streamers Awards, and it was very inexpensive to get there. I took a plane, and it was very excitant to travel over the clouds as I headed on my 3-hour flight. The days leading up to it all were all in preparation, ready to meet other streamers in attendance, but alas, I landed at the airport late for the show and took the connector to the Uber and taxi pickup, and quickly found out I didn't have enough to get to the show and back. So I waited at the airport for my flight back. I may have missed the show, but at least I got to travel. Come on, dude. But despite the liquidity issues with traveling, he's apparently quite the entrepreneur. Because here on his website, he sells backpacks, he sells shirts, quite a lot of other stuff. Because he also sells services like videography for $300 an hour, video editing for $100 an hour, photography for $100 an hour, and obviously, if I'm picking a photographer, I'm picking the one guy with one single stock image on his website with zero portfolio. But that's not it. He can also be your social media manager for only $1,000 an hour.
And his spelling comprehension is definitely on point, because that's 100% how you spell manager. And never mind the multitude of typos that were on that snippet from his blog post that Atosi showed.
That's just I'm just thinking of the one of your videos, like Creepus Maximus, where the creep was basically admitting on camera what he intended to do, and you basically made a good point, and then it's a clip of the statue critic going, psh, psh, hello!
Yeah.
That's me with this guy right now.
It's astounding. Just, this guy's head is so far up his ass, if he broke wind, he'd decapitate himself.
Okay, but I have a dog every time I heard that come out of your mouth.
Well, I'll stop saying it when it stops being true for certain people.
Fair. That's a good ass response.
Yeah. It's just,
I was just giving a hard anything by that.
No, you're fine.
It's literally a comeback I use quite frequently. But I know better to say it to Lily. Not unless I want to disappear and never be seen again.
Right.
I'm up shit creek.
I think you'll survive.
No, I mean, like, I'm multitasking, watching the video stream and playing Resident Evil 5, and I'm surrounded by liquor with no healing items.
Ooh.
Well, I just picked up a nerve, but, it's like the area where you activate the elevator, go up and investigate, and then you get attacked by liquors.
Ah, yeah, that.
Like, are these Ouroboros liquors, or what are they freaking made from?
Right.
Because there's no way it's T-virus. I'm pretty sure at this point in time, the T-virus is basically extinct.
I mean, what's left of the T-virus? It's probably still floating around off the black market in bumfuck nowhere. But, moving on.
And I mean, hey, if you pay him more, he might spell manager correctly. And he also does home visits for $100 an hour. I don't know what that entails, but I can only assume that Pokimane would pay a security team more than that to make sure he doesn't visit. Then if we continue down the list, we have Shell those meatloaf and rice on the same site beside all of those digital services. Then you can get that for $20 an hour. Then finally, you can pay $6,000 for 45 minutes of financial advising. Yes, from the homeless man in California who thinks he's marrying Pokimane. $6,000 for 45 minutes. Totally reasonable that his rates are higher than Merrill Lynch.
What?
Wait, what?
Bro.
Hi, I'm Chris Reagan, and you're watching What the Fuck?
You damn right I went there.
I meant Atozy went there.
Yeah. Hey.
I'm not even mad. I'm just, wow. The ball on this guy.
Wow. My God.
When British Honduras became Belize, they designed a new flag with a tree on it. And I would like to hang myself from that tree.
Wait, what?
I played the British Honduras clip.
I would like to hang myself from that tree. Oh.
Financial advice. Dude. You have the financial expertise of a fucking toddler. Actually, no. Toddlers have better financial experience with you. I've seen better financial acumen watching a toddler shove fistfuls of pennies down his Paw Patrol underoos.
Oh, that's awful. Like, there's no other word for that. That's just awful.
Yeah.
Shelbo is a fascinating character, to put it lightly. But he also links to his actual Facebook on some of his social medias, and according to his Facebook, he's single. So, that's quite the contradiction from his online videos. But maybe he just forgot to update that, even though he's on his 4-month anniversary with AI Pokimane, or I guess someone who's operating the AI Pokimane chatbot. I feel bad for him, but I also feel bad for these streamers like Pokimane who have to deal with people like him, because that can be horrifying. And at best case scenario, it's incredibly creepy. But I guess for everyone else out there, don't get scammed. I guarantee you that Pokimane won't be in your DMs asking you for money. Shelbo, the sooner you stop paying this grifter who's LARPing as Pokimane, the better. And hopefully you find some help and stop harassing famous women on the internet. Because he also did this with Bella Porch before he started doing this with Pokimane. So this is just a recurring theme with this guy. But hey, other than that, YouTube thinks you'll enjoy this video. If you're new here, feel free to subscribe. And hopefully I'll see you guys in the next video. Peace.
But I think...
Oh, God.
That was something.
Yeah, that was definitely, well, that definitely sent my blood pressure up a little bit.
You don't have an aneurysm.
I'm trying not to, my guy, but... Okay, this... I'm pretty sure I watched Charlie do a video ripping on this one. I have not seen August's video of it, which is why it's in the watch later folder for. I don't know if you've seen this guy or not, but you're about to be blown away by the audacity of this fucker.
Who is it?
I don't even know what his actual name is. I forgot what it was. If Charlie had mentioned it in his video, but this is a video August the Duck posted called "The Most Disgusting Apology Video of All Time." That is that's being very generous.
And doesn't narrow it down at all.
Do you have any idea how little that narrows it down?
It really doesn't.
So, let's just dive right in.
But I figure we need to address it, or else people will never know the truth. People will never know my story. I tried really hard. I posted hundreds, if not thousands of times a day in so many Reddit pages, on my OnlyFans, on my Twitter, just stuff like that. As you know, I was working as a preschool teacher, technically pre-K, pre-kindergarten. And so I had a lot of free time at work where I would post on those apps. I did go to the bathroom a few times and snap a nude.
Well, guys, we're back.
You could say that again, August.
I saw this on a podcast I watch. There's this YouTuber named Kendall Ray who does true crime stuff, and she has a podcast called The Sesh. They were talking about this.
Oh,
this
okay.
weirdo teacher who filmed content at the classroom.
Who filmed OnlyFans content in the restroom of the pre-K where he worked.
That's worse than those two teachers that did a couple years ago that we talked about on the stream.
Yeah, that were doing it on the desks of their students, like during off hours.
Sorry, dude. I was just being informed that we might have power.
Can I just say, August has a very chill aesthetic with the '80s mullet and mustache combo.
Yeah.
He looks like the third missing member of Hall & Oates.
Did you hear the important information I just dropped? You might lose power.
Do what?
Might lose power here in a little bit, but we'll see.
Okay. Oh, is the weather really bad in your area?
Yeah, it's thundering and lightning, and I think the rain's really coming down.
Okay.
All I know is that I was told to open the windows and to turn off, we have screens, so we're definitely getting needed airflow now.
Well, there's that.
And saving money on the AC bill. Yeah, came in, tapped me on the shoulder and said, don't be surprised if we lose power. And it's like, well, I hope not, because, well, if this thing is on while the power goes out, I might lose all my data.
Yeah.
Because, with PS4s and PS5s, if it's in rest mode and you unplug it, you're risking losing your shit.
Yeah, which, it amazes me that they still haven't fixed that. But they'll pour time and money into remastering half their PS4 library.
God, but basically,
everything, just about everything but Bloodborne.
Yeah. Well, I'm now at versus Jill and Wesker. And I'm running around with a chicken with its head cut off because, well, I haven't played this in like 12 years.
7 minutes. 7 minutes is all I can spare to play with you.
Why'd you call my ex-wife? I mean, my ex-girlfriend. I meant ex-girlfriend.
Alright. Moving on.
Oh, by the way, Lost in Nightmares is unlocked after you complete Chapter 3-1.
Oh, nice.
And I played it, beat it in less than an hour. Felt like an action-oriented RE1 remake, honestly.
It kind of has that RE1 remake aesthetic, especially with the design of the entrance hall of the mansion.
Was there anything I should know about trying to hit Wesker? Because he's trying to beat the shit out of me while Jill is shooting at me, and apparently I can't shoot her.
No, you can't. I have a strategy for dealing with Wesker, but I'm not quite sure how to put it into words.
I'm hoping I hit him. Oh, Sheva just landed a sniper shot. At close range, mind you. Oh, cutscene's playing. Maybe I did it. And I just got kicked into it. Well, you know what? I'm done with this shit. I'm done. Let's go back.
Yeah.
So anyway, daycare teacher films OnlyFans content in the bathroom. Sick fuck. But what I was going on about earlier was that this YouTuber I watch has a podcast, and they were discussing this in length, and it's like not the kind of shit you want to fall asleep listening to, honestly.
No, that's just an ew.
like in your prisoner's persistent pecker problem video. She's a nice lady. Yeah. Or whatever you did.
Ew. I think I stole that from a Bugs Bunny cartoon.
Probably.
And he was talking about Tasmanian Devil's wife.
Or I think it's actually Lucy from My Little Lucy.
Oh yeah, that one too. When I used one of her spider face clips. Ugh.
But on the bright side, that night the guy showed up in my dreams and I strangled him.
Fair enough. Because
I caught a look at his face before falling asleep. And he shows up in my dreams and like, this is what you did.
Guy looks like
I didn't kill him. I just knocked him unconscious with it.
The guy looks like Matthew Lillard after a straight month of drinking Soylent with every meal.
Drinking what?
Soylent. Soy.
Drinking what?
Soy.
And just for clarification, YouTube, I didn't really assault anybody. It happened in my dream. I assaulted a creep in my dream. That's all that happened. Well, what else was I supposed to do? Make conversation?
Right.
No, if I see a sick person like that in my dreams, I'm sorry. It's my dream. I can do whatever I want. And my dreams normally involve a baseball bat. But enough violent fantasies. Let's move on.
Yes.
Apologies for the lack of uploads over the last week or so. As I'm sure many of you are already aware, the southern United States has been kind of been getting the business from tornadoes recently, and for the last 6 days, my power has been out. So, been a rough time over here. But we're back. Hopefully. It's sunny right now, but that doesn't really mean anything. Hopefully it stays that way, though. That's not what we're talking about today, however. Today we are talking about our quarterly scheduled shitty influencer apology video. Always a good time. Now, influencers and shitty apology videos is one of the great constants in our universe. The day that we start to see influencers spend, like, I don't know, 1/10 of what they make in a month on a PR team to try and save their career instead of throwing it into the toilet is going to be one of the saddest days on the internet. Because it's basically routine at this point. Every 2 or 3 months, some influencer somewhere is recording an apology video that is somehow going to make everything about 10 times worse than if they had just left it alone and not said a thing. It honestly seems like some sort of skill with these people sometimes, and one person who possesses that skill is the guy you're looking at right now, Michael Duvall. Now, I never heard of this guy before this week, but apparently he's pretty popular on TikTok and OnlyFans. And recently, he's gone under fire for some OnlyFans posts that he's made in the past from when he used to work at a preschool. Yeah, now, using the word caught doesn't really work here because it's not like he was really trying to hide it, but I guess it was discovered by people who weren't paying for this degenerate shit to begin with that a couple of years ago when this guy was working at a preschool, he was making OnlyFans content while on the job in the bathroom, posting totally normal pictures and videos of him doing stuff like, you know, ejaculating onto the kiddie toilet. Now, naturally, once people started to hear about this, they got pretty upset and they started to call for a response from him, and the other day he gave one, and well, it's pretty fucking bad. No real accountability is taken during the entirety of this 10-minute long yap session. If anything, he kind of tries to blame other people. It's pretty damn bad, and more people should know about the sick shit this guy did, so here we are. Well, let's not waste any more time. Let's begin. Please subscribe. Now, the first few minutes of this apology, or this response, calling this an apology doesn't really feel right. He doesn't really apologize for anything. But the first few minutes is him talking about a past relationship, which doesn't really seem to have much relevancy in what he's talking about. If anything, it just sort of seems like it's him giving himself an excuse. He says the relationship was abusive and he did some things that he wouldn't do, and it's kind of what got him back to posting onto OnlyFans, but all of this happened after this relationship, so it seems sort of irrelevant to bring up in a video where you're talking about something like what this guy did.
Now, growing up how I did, it's no shock that I was really excited seeing all this money that was coming in. And so I tried really hard. I posted hundreds, if not thousands of times a day in so many Reddit pages, on my OnlyFans, on my Twitter, just stuff like that. And as you know, I was working as a preschool teacher, technically pre-K, pre-kindergarten. And
I'm just going to say it right off the rip. If you have a job where you work around children, you probably 237,000% should not have an OnlyFans account. Should not be using OnlyFans. Should not be making OnlyFans content. But that's just me.
I think OnlyFans should be banned altogether, but that's just me.
Yeah. I would agree with you there.
I mean, I'm not saying that I judge the kind of work, but when you're doing it in the bathroom of a preschool, that crosses a line that can never be brought back.
Yeah, that's
like there's no way to redeem yourself with that. There's just no way to redeem yourself with that shit.
You should be doing it in the privacy of your own home if you're going to be doing it at all. Which I would rather that not be a thing, because it's not empowering in any capacity. It's just debasing.
Gross. It's just gross. It's literally not the kind of base you think it is.
Yeah. It's ugh. Anyways.
Yeah, let's just move on.
So I had a lot of free time at work where I would post on those apps. I did go to the bathroom a few times and snap a nude. A lot of the reason why I did that was because I was getting paid by people, and now when I said that, people thought I was getting paid by like I don't know if you could say this word, PDF files, you know what I'm trying to say. People thought I was catering to them, and now with some of those Reddit groups I was in, I should not have been in. They were definitely like dad, son, trans girls. I got kicked out of a lot of groups for like not even fitting the criteria, and it was definitely weird. But when you're in sex work, I don't know. I was just too blinded by the money that was coming in. I know that's no excuse.
Okay, so the way that this was brought up and the way that it was talked about is just very strange to me. He brings up the very fair criticism that a lot of people are having of him, that it seems like the only people who would want pictures like that are people who might be into some stuff that they shouldn't be. And he brings it up and he's like, people are saying that I'm catering to these kinds of people, and it seems like he's going to try and defend himself. And then it's like he doesn't. He was like, yeah, I was in some groups I shouldn't have been, interacting with some people that I shouldn't have been interacting with, and then sort of just like excuses it all away by saying, oh, well, when you're doing sex work, you kind of just get caught up in some stuff. He basically acknowledged that he realized what he was doing, he just didn't really care. As long as he was making the money, he didn't really care who he catered to. And with that mindset, it makes a whole lot of sense why this apology sucks so bad. Because if you can cater to those kinds of people for money, you had no morals to begin with.
So then fast forward to the day I took my first nude at work. I honestly don't remember it, but I do remember that I would get paid like say $45 to take a picture. They'd say go take it, and I would. Now I never did any of this while clocked in. I wasn't allowed to have bathroom breaks like that unless it was an emergency, of course. So when I was in the bathroom, I was upstairs, classrooms were downstairs, I was far away from everyone. In the teacher's bathroom that was locked. That's another thing people are confused about, because they see that the toilets had like little training seats on it, and there was 2 toilets in the bathroom, which was kind of weird. And I think like originally a long time ago, those were kids' bathrooms and we would use them in an emergency, but for the most part, those were for the teachers. I'm not excusing anything I did. There is definitely no excuse, but I do just want to say that it would have happened at that time at any job I worked at. If I was working at the movie theater, still would have happened there instead.
Says he's not going to excuse any of his behavior, and then immediately begins to try and excuse it by saying some bullshit like, oh, well, I have no self-control and I don't know how to behave in public, so I would have done this anywhere. Like, what kind of bullshit is that? Like, look, it's one thing to go into a bathroom and take a naked picture of yourself, okay? You're taking your pants off anyways. To try and say taking a video of yourself masturbating onto a child's toilet seat in a preschool is the same as taking a naked picture in a movie theater bathroom is fucking insane. And even without the context that he's purposely leaving out, doing this shit onto a child's toilet seat, just taking a naked picture in a preschool is not the same as taking it in a fucking movie theater. You are a preschool teacher. People are sending their children to you, trusting you to be a responsible adult, and you're up in the fucking break room making porn. No adult should think that's okay.
Exactly.
Dude, I've been trying to get your attention for like 5 minutes.
I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say that this shit is why there's a lot of groups out there who compare the LGBT to pedophilia.
Yeah.
Shit like this. And I'm just gonna put it out there, not every LGBT member is a groomer or anything like this. Like, most of them, at least a good 95% of them are against shit like this.
Yeah,
Just saying.
a large majority of the community is against against that. It is really against the idea of trying to normalize this type of behavior.
It should never be normalized because it's disgusting.
No.
And Jesus, I'm getting flashbacks to Jeffrey Marsh.
Ugh.
Literally the Andrew Tate of the left.
I've been wanting to
That's what you said.
I've thought about roasting Jeffrey Marsh for a while.
If you don't, I'll be.
If you don't,
I'll be.
I gotta find his TikTok. Assuming TikTok is even still a thing.
Sadly, it is, but I got rid of TikTok a long time ago.
I stopped linking it in my descriptions just because I stopped using it.
You still use Instagram?
I don't even post on there anymore, really. Like, at this point, like, the only social site I main anymore is Twitter.
Yeah, because, I'm really the only, I mean, unless you count Discord as a social network, I really only use Discord. I occasionally reactivate Facebook to scroll the reels and then deactivate again.
I mean, yeah, Discord is a social.
Good. I guess YouTube can kind of sort of be considered a social as well.
I'd consider it a social.
Yeah, it's every phone I have, every phone I've had a folder titled social, and I've always included YouTube in it.
Yeah.
And communication and messaging apps, I just put Discord in. Because it's not something you scroll.
Right.
Unless you're reading someone getting flamed in a group chat. Which, I've been in a lot of group chats, and there's always, at least once a week, there's someone getting flamed, and they're getting flamed, and when you're getting roasted and you don't have a good comeback, so all I can do is mock or laugh. But anyways.
Yeah.
It just so happened to be at the daycare, which makes everything so much more worse. I didn't even fully remember anything until people went on my OnlyFans and they found it for me. And a lot of people are saying that I'm still getting paid for those posts, or that they're still up, but they're not. I took those down already. And if you go to my OnlyFans, you'll see I have thousands and thousands and thousands of posts. And I scrolled so far, as much as I could, to find them all. And it was probably like 4 or 5 different posts. There's no reason or excuse I shouldn't have waited till I got home. I guess I was just too focused on the money.
So he keeps going back to this idea that he was just focused on the money and that's why he was doing all this. But personally, I just can't really buy that. If a person is sending you money in the middle of a workday to go take a naked picture of yourself, that person probably doesn't have a whole lot going on. They're sending you money for something that they want. You are in the driver's seat there. You're in control. This idea that he had to just go do it right then and there because he was so caught up in the money, I don't really think that's what happened here. He basically said it himself that he found himself catering to a certain kind of person. I think the fact that these pictures and these videos were taken in a preschool is part of the reason why people were paying him for it. This does not seem like a thing where he just happened to be at a preschool. This seems like this was all done purposely.
Should I have done it? No. It was
100%. 110%. They were paying him to take those pictures specifically and take those videos specifically because it was in a preschool.
Yeah, you have to repeat that.
It was he was being, it is exactly what August just said. He was being paid specifically to take these pictures and videos because he was taking them in the restroom of a preschool.
Yeah. Because that's totally normal.
Yeah,
Sarcasm.
that's totally normal and not at all completely mentally fucked. And morally fucked. Moving on.
Gross.
Yeah,
It
when
doesn't excuse
when
anything.
something is morally fucked, it's what they mean to say is morally fucked up beyond all repair.
Yeah, FUBAR.
But at the same time, I hate when people call me names when I know that's not true, or people assume that I was doing stuff that I wasn't doing just because it was at a daycare. Where it was had nothing to do with what I was doing or what I was putting out or the people I was talking to. Those people did not know where I worked. Those people did not care where I work. I remember I did post in some of those groups before, like, I'm a teacher. I was trying to have that shock factor. I was trying to have that thing that makes me kind of different. A lot of the captions and the things I would use, like, I know I shouldn't be doing this here, I would use as clickbait.
This motherfucker is just talking to talk. He came into this with absolutely zero game plan. Says that what he did for a living or where he was working had no effect on what he was selling or the people he was interacting with. And then immediately follows that up by saying he was using what he did for a living and where he was making this content as a way to bring in customers. How stupid can you be?
I also erased.
Pick one, dipshit.
So he's doing this nasty ass shit just to bring in customers.
You know you're catering to a certain demographic. You're playing into that, but you're not playing into it. Which one is it?
I swear he's literally just trying to avoid any sort of accountability for his nasty ass actions.
No wonder he's so skinny. The mental gymnastics you have to perform to rationalize the way he is must really burn calories.
Did he take lessons from Colleen Ballinger?
I guess so. Well, hardly, because he's not playing a ukulele and doing it and deflecting in song form.
Bruh. Not a groomer, just a loser. No, you're both a groomer and a loser, Colleen. Stop sugarcoating.
Ugh.
His tweets, which I know.
I could roast her for days, but that's a thing for another stream or another video.
Yeah.
If I address this, people will bring that up. I have tweets from like 2014 where I said the most insane things. I said things about animals I shouldn't have said, like abusive, not sexual. And I said things about people, groups of people, black people, Asian people. I was very much unhinged and kind of wild as a kid, and I don't want to use the house I lived in as an excuse. There really is no excuse.
Crazy thing to throw in right there, just as like a little fun fact. But that's basically the entirety of the apology, at least.
Congratulations. You have invented a new kind of stupid, a damage you can never undo kind of stupid, and open all the cages at the zoo kind of stupid. Clearly you didn't think this through kind of stupid.
I mean, predators like that never think things through at all. They just go through life assuming they're never going to get caught, and then when they get caught, they don't know what to do.
I don't think he's a predator. I think he's just fucking retarded, and he did not think through at all about the gravity of what he was doing, about the crowd that he was inviting, the audience he was playing into.
I'm sorry, but when you do stuff like that, I just can't have any sympathy for you. Because I don't understand how he didn't realize from the start that, you know, this is what you're frickin' opening up.
You know, for the last almost 9 years, I've been posting almost regularly to DeviantArt because I like to draw on occasion. I like to write, and I don't draw it as a fetish thing. I just draw it as kind of I'm a grown man in his 30s who, for whatever baffling reason, that I can't pinpoint still finds wedgies funny.
I mean, did you get any while you're in school?
My fair share. They're a lot. I mean, they're funnier to be on. It's a lot funnier to be on the giving end or the observing end than it is to be on the receiving end. And I've been on all three. I've been in all three positions. But I find them I like them as a source of comedy. Drawing them as a source of comedy. And I'm very abundantly aware of the fact that that kind of content attracts an onslaught of weirdos. And I've made myself explicitly clear every time one of them comes up to me in DMs. I'm like, dude, I'm not into it like that.
As we mentioned hours ago, you're asexual.
Yeah,
you're not into that shit.
It's not fetish material. It's just
It's comedy material.
I have a unique sense of humor, and a properly executed wedgie gag makes me laugh.
It's comedy material.
Exactly.
Like if you were a stand-up comedian, your bread and butter would be wedgies.
I don't know if I would if I would limit myself specifically to just that, but a well-executed one can make me laugh my ass off like a 12-year-old. I don't know why, but it does. Like, we all have that one thing that makes us laugh our asses off, but we can't pinpoint why. It just does.
I don't know why it's called funny shit.
Yeah. I mean that could be one way to explain it.
I'm still paying attention, but I'm gonna need your expertise for a second.
Oh boy.
How many chapters are there in Resident Evil 5? Remind me, because I just completed chapter 5-3.
I think you've got 3 more chapters left.
Seriously? I literally just ripped the spider thing out of Jill's chest.
Okay, so after you get done with Jill, Chris and Sheva board this freighter that Wesker is taking out into the middle of that Wesker's taking out into the sea, where he's gonna fire the missiles, where he's gonna load missiles that are loaded with the Ouroboros virus onto a stealth plane that he's gonna launch into the atmosphere. So you've got 3 more chapters to deal with. You've got the initial infiltration, then you've got taking out Excella, and then you've got taking out Wesker. So you're pretty much in the home stretch right now.
How long did it take you when you first played?
I don't remember what my first what my final run time was. My first time playing RE5. I think when I played it for the channel, it was just under 8 hours.
Now, is that just for the main story, or does that include DLC?
That was the main story. I think the DLC missions were like an hour apiece.
Makes sense, because like I said, I played Lost in Nightmares for the first time last night, and I had it done in like 47 minutes.
Yeah.
Probably faster if I know where the fucking papers were. Or in fact, I had to put that paper over the fucking fireplace. So running around like a chicken with its head cut off, which a joke I use quite frequently. Ask Chris.
Yeah.
Like I said, I'm still paying attention to this shit. I just, I'm quitting up now, saving it for later. But, thanks for letting me know. I'm basically almost done with this.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Anyway, creepy preschool teacher.
Yeah.
At least what matters. He kind of just continues.
Yeah, the guy who looks like Matthew Lillard drank too much soy.
Yeah. Because I don't know. I can't remember. I'm so far behind on Charlie's videos. It's not even funny.
I did see Charlie. Well, like I said before, before I let August run with this video, I did see Charlie's video. I wanted to keep August's video on the back burner for later.
Fair. Because Charlie is the creator I'm more familiar with.
Yeah.
To repeat himself for the rest of the video, says the normal apology shit that these influencers say, how they never meant to hurt anybody, how they never meant for it to be taken the wrong way, when it's like, well, don't really know how many ways there are to take something like this. One thing I find really silly is that he apologizes to all the mothers of the kids he was watching, and he says something like, I never meant to make you guys question what kind of person I am, and it's like, what do you mean by that? Are you basically just saying you didn't mean to get caught? Because that's what it sounds like. I mean, what do you mean by saying you didn't want to make them question the kind of person you are? I don't think anybody sending their kid to a preschool thinks that the preschool teacher is the kind of person to make porn in the bathroom, so it's like, don't even know what that means. Shitty apology full of shitty excuses and a whole lot of talking that doesn't mean anything. So, pretty much on par for the course of an influencer apology. At least you did one thing right, Michael. Well, guys, what do you think? How do you think we should treat this apology? Personally, I feel like for most things, if you apologize for something and you mean it, you should be forgiven. However, I think there are a lot of things that even if you apologize for and you mean it, forgiveness is just not really going to come, and you've got to be okay with that. In this case, unfortunately for Michael, I think we've got something that you probably shouldn't really be forgiven for, even if you apologize for it. And we also have a shitty apology where he clearly didn't mean a single word that he said, so, kind of a 1-2 combo. People need to be held responsible for the shitty, dangerous shit they do, and you know what? Hopefully Michael gets...
Okay, Kaysen just sent me a message over Discord. What do you mean you're trying to get my attention? Are you not on the call anymore?
That was from earlier when I was trying to get your attention.
Oh, okay. Well, it didn't hit me until now.
Well, that's Discord's fault, not yours.
Yeah, well. Well, that out of the way.
Gets a taste of that because, for the most part, it seems like influencers don't really have to deal with that anymore. We're getting soft, people. See ya.
Oh, okay, that's actually kind of catchy. Sounds like something out of a Kinect game.
All right.
This influencer was...
We got one more video, and then we're gonna pack it in for the evening. Ooh.
Yeah. 9 p.m. where I'm at.
Yeah. And I'm gonna be going to bed in about an hour, so.
And I gotta be getting some sleep here soon, because I'm getting a haircut tomorrow. Ooh. Finally.
Well, I gotta go to bed in an hour, because I gotta go to work in the morning.
This has been going on since like 4 your time.
Yep.
Dude, this might be our longest stream.
Perhaps. Yeah. But in any event,
let's without further ado, let's go.
Yeah. One Atozy video for the road.
This influencer was arrested again after allegedly continuing to assault random people on the street for his pranks, which is an outcome usually left with his victims either covered in sludge, garbage, chicken eggs, or even body waste. Yeah, it's safe to say that pranksters are down bad. Thankfully, those weren't as bad as the original ones that we covered, because you might remember this guy from when I first covered him and his content back in early of 2024, as he made headlines after being arrested for throwing biohazard buckets at random subway passengers in Belgium. However, since then, Not only was he released on bail, but this absolute moron doubled down and decided to continue with his antics. So I guess there was no surprise here that he was arrested yet again. So this is Yannick, a Belgian TikToker and YouTuber and Instagram influencer who was recently arrested for several charges, including violation of bail, insulting state agents, behaving disorderly, possessing illegal weapons, assault and battery, damaging public property, and handing out substances that seem to be dangerous. And I guess for whatever reason, this guy has built an entire online presence around assaulting strangers with buckets of the most disgusting sludges that you could ever imagine. Like mixing things like dog waste, paint, beer, and food scraps all in one bucket. His methods are always the same. He fills up a bucket with whatever repulsive mixture he can find near him, and I guess just throws it on someone random he finds on the subway. Then he runs as fast as he can like the coward he is. And yes, he really calls these pranks. But I guess the only pranks that he has to worry about now are the ones that will be done to him in prison. And I don't know if this makes this worse or better, but this absolute moron just seems to be doing all of this for the sport of it, as most of his videos only get a couple thousand views, and from what I can tell, he doesn't even have ads running. So there's literally zero upside with him doing this. But back in January of 2020,
well, it's like Michael Caine said in The Dark Knight, some men just want to watch the world burn.
Sounds about right. I mean, at least we're not dealing with another creep. At least we're not dealing with another predator creep or whatever.
Oh.
Because I definitely need someone to wash that taste out of my mouth after, having to sit through that horrifying ordeal.
Yeah. That excuse of an apology.
And he took lessons from either Shane Dawson or Colleen Ballinger. By the way,
you would think that people would learn by now to take lessons from Logan Paul when he made his apology video for the Suicide Forest incident. It's like he had that shit locked down in less than a minute.
Yeah.
Now, I don't like Logan Paul. I think he's a turd. But at least he had it right to just get to the point.
Yeah, he actually took responsibility for that incident.
Yeah, I don't think he felt the least bit sorry about it. I think he felt sorry that he was getting shat on across the entire internet for it. But he made the right call in keeping it concise, in keeping his apology video concise.
Oh, kind of like PewDiePie's apology.
Yeah, PewDiePie just owned up. He was like, yeah, I screwed up. I'm going to do better. Wham, bam, thank you, ma'am.
I actually had a friend from around that time named Jamal who he literally said, basically he said as a black person he didn't think it was offensive, but he appreciated the apology anyway.
Right.
Yeah, if a black person is saying that, you really shouldn't be dogging on that hard.
Yeah.
Because he definitely did not mean it. And he wasn't apologizing to avoid accountability. He genuinely was apologizing.
Yeah. But, moving on.
Yep.
Before he was arrested and charged with assault and battery, plus property damages. And I mean, at that point, it would be safe to say that most people would maybe go, I don't know, maybe it's time to find another career path, especially considering that he wasn't making any money from this. Like, perhaps consider something that doesn't require you being a burden to society. But not Yannick. Since roughly 1 month after his arrest, this guy was back on this channel with a brand new series. And what is his brand new series? As you saw earlier, it was Throwing Eggs at Strangers Prank. Yeah, I wouldn't say egging strangers is anything unique. I mean...
Bro, in the immortal words of J.C. Denton...
Maybe you should try getting a job.
He can't get hired because of these fucking videos.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I'm breaking out the Deus Ex clips.
Just another parasite.
Isn't,
on,
is that by chance? Is that by chance where the "What a Shame" clip comes from?
Yes.
I thought so. Because that was in your Donald Morrison video.
Yeah, he was a good man. What a rotten way to die.
I didn't realize that was Deus Ex Machina, because I'm sorry, but that's one series I am very unfamiliar with.
It's not Deus Ex Machina, it's just Deus Ex.
Oh, that's what I thought I said, but okay. Sorry, I'm not exactly, let's just say the retardation is strong right now.
I know, which is why we're capping it off after this stream, because we can only take so much stupid.
Yeah.
Also, why do I keep pausing it? Why do I keep pausing a Tozy on whenever he's making a cum face?
You know, it was only a matter of time before I became one of the people we were roasting.
It is inevitable.
Hey, ask Lily. I roast myself all the time. I gotta laugh at myself, you know?
Yeah. Well, if you can't laugh at yourself, then you can't laugh at anything.
Very true. But anyway, it's getting late, so let's move on.
Wow. What an evolution, bud, from throwing dog waste to now chicken eggs at people. What inspiring growth. I mean, this guy is so pathetic it's becoming depressing, but according to a spokesperson for the Brussels prosecutor's office, Yannick fully confessed to these incidents, stating that his videos were posted on social media with the aim of getting as many likes as possible. And there it is. It's all just for likes. It's not even for money. Because again, they aren't monetized. Dude is actively ruining his own life alongside of other people's days just for some basic attention on social media. Pathetic is an understatement. And playing the clip without like hyper editing each egg throw, it's just so incredibly lame and dragged out, as the whole premise of this prank is throwing an egg at someone and then going, I don't know where the egg came from. That's crazy, dude.
T'es tombé là. Il y a eu une fuite là, il y a un truc qui est tombé. J'ai vu, oui, il y a un truc qui est tombé là. Je sais pas si c'est. Il y a eu, c'est quoi? C'est quoi?
The victim's just so unamused as well. Dude was sleeping and he woke up with egg on him. He's like, okay, whatever, but now I have egg on me. This prankster.
Top tier content. On opposite day.
Wait, what? Wait, wouldn't that make it actual top tier content on opposite day? Or do I have that joke completely wrong?
No, it's just me being sarcastic. It's just me being a sarcastic asshole.
That's what we love about you. But save some of the sarcasm stuff for me, okay?
Fair enough.
Also, my job.
Here's just a bottom feeder of society who will happily embarrass, humiliate, and burden random innocent strangers just for some attention on social media. But thankfully, the only real attention he received is by the government officials, but sadly, not before things got worse. Because on July 19th, 2024, this absolute moron decided to upload his 8th video in this dumping a bucket on strangers series. This time, he took his viewers on a delightful journey through the forest where he gathered supplies for his latest abomination. Here he mixed together various oils, beetroot juice, wood chunks, and some unidentified waste before dumping the entire mess on yet another unaware victim's head. And yes, this is while he's out on bail. This dude is working overtime to get no leniency from the judge. And understandably, fed up with all this nonsense, the Brussels Intercommunal Transport Company, they released a statement calling this behavior completely unacceptable. In quote, they said, "We really don't take this lightly. We immediately notified the police and instructed our lawyers to the latest incident of the public prosecutor's file on his previous offense." And this is where things start to catch up to Yannick, because authorities are no longer playing around with him. Because when the police searched him after after his latest prank video, they found something that made his situation so much worse for him. A couple of tear gas canisters in his possession. I really hope that was...
Fucking what?
Bruh.
Fucking what?
And Sir Chris saying, I'm sorry, what the fuck? Technical difficulties.
Travel ban this motherfucker and put him on a... Travel ban this motherfucker and put him on a watch list. Because that is even more potentially more fucking dangerous than any of those bogus concoctions he could come up with.
Is this the mic position you had when you were going on about how Don Morrison was 48?
Yes.
Carry on.
Not for a future video. If it was, thankfully they seized those. But according to the Brussels Times, a judge has now slapped him with quite the impressive list of charges. Violation of bail, insulting state agents, behaving disorderly, possessing illegal weapons, assault and battery, damaging public property, and handing out dangerous substances. It's safe to say that's a lot of charges for some social media pranks. But to make things...
Homeboy is just using that shit as a checklist.
I was gonna say bingo card, but that works too.
So much worse for the guy under Article 401 in the Belgian Criminal Code. Assault and battery with premeditation aggravating factors could lead to imprisonment ranging from 10 to 15 years. And this guy filmed himself dump a bucket of waste on people 7+ times. Actually, 8 times with that most recent incident. And then you have dozens of egg videos. Pun not intended, but we're sending it. In addition to that, while the violation of bail sentence could be very depending on the circumstances, the illegal weapons charges alone can result in 1 to 5 years behind bars. Plus, fines ranging from $100 to $25,000. Then for insulting public officials, the penalty is 15 days to 6 months in prison, or a fine of up to $300. And the disorderly conduct may result in 3 years in imprisonment if the behavior happens repeatedly. And he definitely fits the bill for that. And he filmed himself do it multiple times and uploaded himself doing that multiple times.
Oh wait,
for some social media attention. So
when he said no pun intended, because he said dozens of egg videos. Did I make you have an aneurysm?
No, you didn't. This guy's stupidity did. All this for just for likes. For likes on his videos.
Why does that sound like... Why am I having Vietnam flashbacks to Addison Rae's dad?
You can't pay bills with likes. You can't buy groceries with likes.
Not by itself, you can't, anyway.
Oh my god, he's an idiot. This is your brain. This is your brain.
I have no words.
Moving on.
Oh, it's safe to say he's going to get some attention in prison. And since vandalism is also considered a misdemeanor in Belgium, it's usually punishable with only like $125 fine or a prison sentence up to 7 days. So in total, and that's only if you count one of his bucket dumping videos, Yannick might be getting prison of up to 23.5 years. And again, that's only including one of his bucket dumping videos. He's done that 8 times. So it's safe to say he's really not helping himself to get any leniency here. And he also have like a very wide range of a potential sentence for that violation of bail and distributing dangerous substances. But currently he's being detained in Heron prison in Brussels. And on March 21st, it was decided stated that his case would proceed to the criminal court. The trial date has not been announced yet, but one thing is for sure, that his days of freely dumping sludge on random subway passengers, they're probably over. So I mean, the dude really threw his life away because he wanted to dump sludge on strangers for social media attention. It's actually so funny how pathetic some people can be. And I mean, imagine just being one of those victims. You're just trying to get home from work or school. Maybe you've already had a rough day and then suddenly you get a bucket of dog waste dumped all over you. Like, come on. Then, of course, that video was filmed without your consent for thousands of people to watch. I mean, the sheer narcissism you have to do that to someone is outrageous. The best thing that we can actually hope for cases like this is there's actually real-world consequences for treating other people as props to your quest to internet fame. But I guess this is what happens when you base your entire self-worth on social media validation. You just start doing dumber and dumber stuff for that basic attention on social media. It's so depressing to see. But in the meantime, Yannick remains in detention, awaiting his trial. The question is now whether the Belgian justice system will actually make an example out of him to discourage others from following his footsteps, or not. But if you're in Brussels, you can at least ride the subway again without the fear of being doused in dog waste. For now, at least. That's one step forward. Hopefully next, they actually throw him under the prison. But other than that, if you're new here, feel free to subscribe, and I'll see you in the next video. Peace.
I hope they do make an example out of him.
They probably will.
I hope
counting on it.
I hope he serves as a living example for any would-be any would-be public nuisances like this of the basic principle of FAFO.
See, as you can see, the more you fuck around, the more you're gonna find out.
Yeah, the more you fuck around, the more you're gonna find out.
Yeah, normalize helping people who fuck around find out the hard way.
Dude, remember my FAFO meme on MW2 a couple years ago?
I do.
Where I actually managed to get a clip of killing the same guy who just killed me.
I remember that video.
Especially since it was on an open world multiplayer mode.
Yeah.
Where he could have been everywhere. He could have been anywhere, but instead he landed right into the... He metaphorically landed right in my lap. I was like, you know what? Nope. I was originally going to do I was going to do a stealthy finishing move, but now you're going to get pump bullet instead.
Hey, sometimes life provides you with the perfect opening to give some of that sweet, sweet karma.
Yep. And for context, you two, we're talking about a video game, not real life instances.
Yeah, he's talking about Call of Duty.
And how I managed to actually get actually funny revenge story. Not just a random revenge story.
Yeah.
But anyway, that was, well, for the 3 hours I was a part of it, that was actually an interesting stream.
Yeah, apart from the spike in my blood pressure from that Pokimane simp. And the couple of times I had to pause the stream to go take a piss. I had a good. I think I had a. I think tonight was a pretty good stream. I had a good time. But.
And be sure to head on over to my channel next week, so I'm gonna try this live shit with him again.
Yeah.
And hopefully it'll come out in better quality since there won't be someone else. There won't be someone else on the Wi-Fi.
Yeah. Other than that, Episode 6 of the Ocarina of Time playthrough goes live tomorrow morning. I'll hopefully have the Water Temple episode up by Monday morning, but we'll see about that.
I'm sorry, run that by me one more time.
I said that Episode 6 of the Ocarina of Time playthrough, the Fire Temple video, goes live tomorrow morning. Assuming everything goes smoothly, I should have the Water Temple episode up by Monday morning, but we'll just have to see.
Time will tell.
Yep, but I hope you guys enjoyed the stream so far. I hope you guys are enjoying the Ocarina of Time playthrough so far. Take care of yourself, and we'll catch you in the next episode of Weaponized Autism.